Testing 1, 2. Okay. Let's go. How is everyone? This is a bit dark. Better. Yep. Just got back from a run. So halfway through the run, I realized, wait, I'm streaming in like 30 minutes. I need to run home. I just had time to shower and start streaming. Open this window here. Put it there. Boom. Those. Cool. That was a smooth transition. What the lens cap thing? I was so okay. The reason I had this on is because so I'm getting ready to shower, and then I look at the time and I realize, wait, it's 7:20. I'm streaming in 10 minutes, and I had already pushed the stream time back to 7:30. So I'm streaming in 10 minutes. I should launch the stream now, and I need to connect the camera before launching the stream software, because if I don't, if I connect it after launching the software just doesn't register the camera. It needs to be already connected before the software launches. So I connect the camera, and I'm naked in front of my computer because I'm about to hop in the shower. And I'm like, I do not want any kind of technical error that results in me streaming naked for even half a second before the stream launches. So I'm like, I'm putting this on, and I'm leaving it on until the stream. And then I realize, oh, it's actually not a bad transition to do this to start the stream, actually. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have a crazy week. There's a lot of things happening, and we're gonna talk about some of them. Let me get things ready. But what about the engagement? What engagement? Oh, the well, nudity is illegal on Twitch, so that would already be not an option. But get me to 1 million subscribers and I'll launch an OnlyFans or something, I guess, kind of. Don't hold me to that, but get me to 1 million. Get me to 1 million subscribers and we'll talk about me launching an OnlyFans. Okay, so stream topics for today. There's this. Copy. Paste here. There's the stream topics from last week. Here, this one. And this one. And there was stuff in the general chat that I wanted to look at too. Wait, or is it in the general chat or is it here? I think it's here. This is the same link. Yep. That one. Dutch stuff. Whoa. What's this quote here? So there's this quote. Wait, is there audio for this? I mean, it's in German anyway, so all I can do is show you the tweet. But yeah, translate post. This woman is Gem in chat. Doesn't seem like he is right now. Check. Because yeah, this quote is pretty insane. It says one of two. I want to know if this is just a random AFD voter or supporter, or if it's actually a member of the party. I'm guessing if it was a member of the party, we would know her name. But yeah, you see what I mean when I'm saying these parties are just like, it's not just the AFD, it's like AFD and their buddies in other countries. They're just Nazis. It's not that complicated. There's no, you don't need to have nuance to it. They're just Nazis. You can smell the German police coming. Who do you think the German police votes for? It's that time of the year when we try to rewrite history. You mean every time of the year? I'm definitely saving this tweet for later projects. Where's Clark Kent when Superman shows up? Is that a reference to the police thing? Yeah, basically. Schultz announces talks with opposition. This... Yeah, let's start with this, actually. I mean, I'm still, like, recovering from my run. Okay. After the fatal knife attack in Solingen, Chancellor Olaf Scholz has announced rapid talks with the states and the union, because Germany is a federation, like, is a federal government like the US, basically, about a change of course in migration and security policy. Federal Interior Minister Nancy Faeser, SPD, will quickly invite representatives of the states and the union to confidential talks about the consequences of the attack, said Scholz. We will not move onto business as usual. We will learn lessons. Look, I don't want to say that it doesn't matter, but it was... It's not like October 7th happened in Solingen or anything like that. Yeah, there was some wacko with a knife who killed 3 people, and that's bad. And the fact that he's an asylum seeker, or like came in Germany through the asylum process, that's not good. But you don't need to like overhaul your entire system because of this one attack. There, in the grand scheme of things, Again, this attack, like, I'm not minimizing it. It sucks. But it's kind of like, you know, the same thing with the Southport attack in the UK. It turned out the reaction to the Southport attack was especially stupid because they started attacking mosques and they started attacking asylum, like hotels that housed asylum seekers, when it turned out that the attacker was neither a Muslim nor an asylum seeker. And so that was especially stupid. But if the attacker had been a Muslim or an asylum seeker, that wouldn't justify those reactions either way. Like, I didn't talk about this on last stream, but literally on the day of the attack, SpongeBob, Claptrap, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump play Fortnite. Cool story, bro. Literally on the day of the attack in Zolingen, a friend of mine, who's a Turkish immigrant, got jumped by neo-Nazis, and now he's in the hospital. And no one talks about it on the news. It's just everyday stuff. And that just happens every day, and no one is going, we need to overhaul the way we deal with neo-Nazis in this country. Because what the German government is doing with neo-Nazis is business as usual. Absolutely is business as usual. They are ignoring the problem. They're worse than just ignoring the problem. They're letting the problem go. They're just watching. Where's that page that I closed? Give me a second. Let me open it again. Was it in general? Was it in media? I think it was here. They're just watching people like this. And, yeah, no big deal, apparently. Like, they're not doing anything with this. They're barely doing anything with this. The party that is constantly getting minor slaps on the wrist for promoting Nazism, for doing Nazi apologia about World War II, or repeating Nazi slogans, or members of theirs taking part in Nazi marches, and they're getting, like, minor, oh, yeah, like, you have to delete that tweet, or you get a little fine, or anything like that, but the party's still rising in the polls, and no one's, like, nothing is happening with regard to that. But there's one knife attack, and 3 people die, and yeah, that sucks, that's bad. And now they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna, like, completely take the lessons from this and overhaul our entire immigration system. I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Like, right now they're just talking about having talks about it. But, like, having talks with... Let's see, are they having talks with the AfD? They don't mention it here. So I guess we'll see if they do have talks with the AfD, but, like, having talks with the neo-Nazis who want to mass deport all foreigners about this would not be an appropriate answer to that. And I send the link to this article. It's on Discord. It's in, if you're on Discord, it's in the, German anti-immigration demos, what is it called? Channel. Anyway. So we will not do business as usual. We will learn the lessons. He said after a meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Berlin. After an offer from CDU leader Friedrich Merz, the day after my... Yeah, so an offer from this guy to tighten migration policy with the union, and if necessary... Oh, is the union the European Union? That might just be a translation thing. Is there a German speaker who can tell me if that's what the union refers to in this article? The union is CDU. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, Jam, now that you're here, if I understood correctly, this AFD woman is just a regular voter. She's not a member of the party, right? Thoughts on Wagenknecht left-wing populism? I've talked about it in previous streams. She's a wacko who it's kind of like the worst ideas of the left combined with some of the with a bunch of pandering to the right, basically. What is Macron cooking? We'll talk about that later because it's pretty crazy as well. She's a member of the party. Holy shit. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm just it's just another one of those things, I guess. But is Macron cooking, or is the kitchen on fire? How can I? Yeah, we'll look at it in a bit. Let's like skim through this article and then we'll get to the France stuff. So after an offer by CDU leader to tighten migration policy with the union and, if necessary, without the traffic light partners of the Greens and the FDP, Schultz is clearly trying to keep the political initiative in hand. For the Chancellor, it is now a matter of not simply turning down the opposition leader's offer, but at the same time proving the ability of his coalition, which is divided on many issues, to act, especially since the state elections are scheduled for Sunday in both Thuringia and, I guess I should say Thuringia. I always say Thuringia. Thuringia and Saxony. Schultz made it clear again that the measures adopted so far to limit migration are not enough for him. FDP is also in talks with the union. Okay, whatever. We'll see what comes of this, but and can't exactly say I'm surprised. We'll look at this later. What's this? Yeah, I read this earlier, but there's not enough information. Jam, since you're the one who sent this, could you have a look if you see an article with more information on this situation? Because this is just literally 2 paragraphs, so there's not much to get out of this. German national elections coming. That's next year, I think. Next German federal election. Expected 2025, no schedule yet. Has to be held before September 28th. It was a Nazi, yeah. Okay, so, France. What can I look for? Let me switch over to this while I do a bunch of okay, let me turn on lights. And I'm orange. That'll do. So it's just American puppet countries having elections this year? Not sure what you mean. There's a bunch of elections happening this year. Wait, what am I seeing here? Okay, there seems to be a lot of arguing in chat that I'm need to scroll way too far up to really follow, so giving up on that. So let's find some articles about the situation in France. This is going to be behind a paywall. There was something about this. And okay, I have a bunch of articles. Let's see what it is. So, as you know, let me think of how to introduce this. And is this in the right order? As you know, in July, early July, there were snap elections in, wait, was it in early July? Early August. Fuck. I'm losing track of time. Early July. As you know, in early July, there were snap elections in France that were widely expected to, up until days before the election, result in the National Rally winning government and having a prime minister. Like having their prime minister, having one of theirs appointed as prime minister in France. And then, major surprise, the left managed to band together and managed to basically, huge upset victory. Even though they didn't get a majority of parliament, the left coalition became the biggest party in parliament. And not only was the National Rally not the biggest party, they were third behind both the left and Macron's party because the fear of the far right did end up coming in at the last minute, even though it seemed like it was kind of not that big of an issue anymore. Like, obviously, the far right is an issue, but the fear of the far right didn't seem to be playing that much into the election results, definitely not for the EU elections, and not in the polls until like the last couple of days before the second round of the election. So that happened in early August, very quickly, because there was essentially a deadlocked parliament in France. The only thing they could do was appoint a head of the parliament, and no majority for the left-wing coalition. Macron managed to keep his people at the head of the parliament. And then he called for a truce during the like a political truce during the Olympics. And now that the Olympics are over, they're back at talking about government formation and actually having a new prime minister in the country. So the funny thing is, Macron's prime minister, after the election results, said, hey, the left won, I resign. And Macron said, nope, you're staying until after the Olympics. And now, apparently, a few days ago, when they were resuming talks within the government about what to do, that guy, Gabriel Attal, the current prime minister who tried to resign and was denied his resignation, was arguing for Macron to appoint someone from the left-wing party, left-wing coalition. And of course, the left had some infighting for a while, and then eventually they proposed this woman called Lucie Castet, who's she's not officially a member of the France Unbowed, Mélenchon's government. She's a compromise candidate between all the factions of the left-wing coalition. That took a lot of infighting until they finally arrived at her proposal, and she was kind of a compromise, acceptable left-wing proposition for Macron to appoint as prime minister, and he just refused that appointment. And that's where we are, because the dynamics of him refusing that appointment is fucked up on a whole bunch of layers. Let me turn the lights on in the back and I'll be right back. Article on the second turn voters with the numbers I mentioned. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. So this was another thing, and I've been looking into this for the video that I'm working on. So this is the reason. This whole mess right here is the reason why I haven't made a follow-up video yet, because essentially, initially I wanted to make like a quick follow-up video about the election results themselves and kind of what the situation was we were in after that. But there was no government. It wasn't clear how there was going to be a government, and it wasn't clear what the way forward was going to be. And then Macron was like, hey, pause Olympics, and then we can talk about this again. And I wanted to see what was going to happen after the Olympics, and I'm glad I did, because now there's so much more to talk about in terms of what's happening. But it turned out in the days after the election that... So what happened was, the first round, the national rally was super far ahead of everyone, and there were a bunch of constituencies where the second run was going to be a three-way... Cats. Going to sleep. Where the second round was going to be a three-way election between the left coalition, the Macron centrists, and the far right. And what happened was, even though this seemed difficult, it seemed like people hated each other too much between the left and the center for this to really happen, in the end, they did strike a bunch of deals for the smaller of those two parties to back down. So it was just a two-way election, and the smaller party would endorse the other party that wasn't the national rally for them to hopefully win the election. And that happened in a bunch of places, but apparently not only did it really, really, really favor the center right, like the center moderate right wing and Macron's centrist party, but Macron apparently played hardball on a bunch of those races and essentially forced the left-wing coalition to back down, even though the left-wing coalition was ahead in a bunch of places. So had that not happened, the left-wing coalition would have way more people in parliament right now and would be in a much stronger position. But because they accepted to work with the centrists for the election, just for the National Rally not to win, now they're getting stabbed in the back by Macron again for like the 50,000th time, which is unsurprising. Time for the next republic. Well, the left-wing coalition wants actually to rewrite the constitution. It's just right now Macron, president, really enjoys having a republic that has massive powers for the presidents, basically, because a lot of people have been pointing this out for a while in French media, that the current constitution in France was written in a time of war for it was during the Algerian War, for de Gaulle to have more power during wartime, and then they never updated it after that. It's still a wartime constitution that lives on to this day, which is why the president has so much power in France. So is there... So yeah, the Republican Front is the idea of banding together against the far right. So voters from the New Popular Front in the first round massively switched to Ensemble or LR. Ensemble is Macron's coalition, and LR is the conservative right wing that didn't, like the Republican, Les Républicains, is LR. They basically split in two, and half of them joined RN, and the other half decided to stay independent, and so they're kind of their own little block. Oh, and another funny thing, this was the funniest thing, is during in the lead up to the election, Macron was like furious at the New Popular Front because he was like, this party, this coalition is completely incoherent. It makes no sense for them to exist. Their ideologies are completely different, even though they're like, yeah, relatively radical-ish left, like Bernie Sanders kind of left-wing and center-left, banded together with the Green Party, and that is supposedly super incoherent and makes no sense and shouldn't exist as a coalition. But right after the election, what Macron was trying to do is poach moderates from the left-wing coalition, like the center-left people, and try to propose a coalition with the moderates, his coalition, and the conservative right, which is unbelievably hypocritical of him to talk about, like, the lack of coherence of the New Popular Front when he's trying to make a coalition with the conservative right and the center-left. Like, these people are sure, they're not with the National Rally, but they're pretty insane. Like, you look at their policy proposals ahead of the election, and they are like stuff like the environment. They're full on end all environmental policies, subsidize fossil fuel production as much as possible. Like, it was a bunch of stuff like that. It's completely in opposition to everything that the center left stands for, and even everything that Macron's policies stand for, except maybe on like business and taxes. Anyway, LR used to be the biggest party in France. Yeah, it was for a long time. It was between LR. Well, I mean, it wasn't called LR at the time, but yes, between LR and the Socialist Party PS, and now both LR and PS are essentially irrelevant. Kind of. I mean, PS kind of regained a little bit of relevance, but not that much. Do you think it would be likely the situation to remain in a situation of stall until next election in 2025? So what could happen is what's probably going to happen, to be very honest. The most likely situation is that just like Macron dissolved the National Assembly after the European elections, I don't know how there's going to be progress other than a different option that we'll talk about in a bit. I don't know how there's going to be progress on forming a new government without another parliamentary election, without another dissolution of parliament. The only thing is that Macron can't do that for a year. He's done it in June. He's not allowed to do it again for another year. So I think there's probably going to be a year-long deadlock and then another parliamentary election next year. And the presidential elections, next French presidential election is in 2027, apparently. So yeah, it's probably going to be August, September 2025 parliamentary elections, and we'll see what happens with that. So the funny thing is, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna have a go to this. Ah, fuck. Okay. I have my brother's 40th birthday that weekend, and he did like he's been planning it for months. So that kind of sucks. My brother's 40th birthday that weekend, not in Paris, so I'm gonna have to bail halfway through and go to the protest. Because this yeah, this is pretty big. This matters. God damn it, I'm gonna have to bail. My phone is blowing up at the same time. Let's see. Okay. Nothing immediately important. I don't think it's only in Paris, but if I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna go to the main one, which is gonna be in Paris. Like, if there's gonna be any major clashes, it's gonna like the biggest chances of that happening are gonna be in Paris. So let me skim this until we get to the juicy part. Yeah, so President Macron said France needed institutional stability, and the left could not win a confidence vote that would come immediately for its opponents from its opponents in parliament. So this is the thing. What happened is, should I like take notes on this? Give me a sec. I'll be right there. Kind of taking notes from my own video at the same time, so this is useful. Open. Okay, this. Boom. And we're kind of back. I put this here, move this there. Nah. How do can I close this thing? Okay. So like this and this. And go here, and hopefully that doesn't interfere with chat. Like this, it kind of does. Okay, so that doesn't interfere with chat, and this can be this big. Okay, so what happened was so the election happened, and if I remember correctly, so National Assembly France. Boom. What does it look like? This is weird. Maybe this will give me a clear image. I just want the 3 main groups. I don't want a whole, like, total breakdown of all the tiny parties. That's way too messy. Okay, this is what I want. So these are the election results. National Rally and Allies is 38 seats out of... Wait, how is that possible? Oh, first round, okay. Total seats, 142 seats for the National Rally. $142 seats. The New Popular Front's 180. And Macron's party is, what was it, 159. Macron, 159. I always avoid Macron's party's names because it's such a clusterfuck. The thing is, like, it's either called Ensemble, or it's called En Marche, or it's called La Majorité Présidentielle. They change names every few weeks, it seems, or it's just a different, like, it's different names for different versions of the coalition. There's like his own party, but they're the coalition. There's also the coalition of his party plus 2 other smaller parties. It's a bit too messy to like keep track of. So it's just like, okay, Macron's thing, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's all built around him anyway. He loves to be the center of attention. So his argument is, and this is in a letter that he wrote to it was like a letter to the nation in response to the election results. He basically said, yes, the National Rally lost the election. After the first round, it really, really, really looked like they were going to be ahead. They were going to come out victorious of the second round. They did lose, but no one won. It's unclear who won because necessary majority... Ah, fuck. I'm an idiot. All of this is behind my head. Camera. Put this up here. There we go. Like the majority would be so calculator 577 divided by 2, 289. So no one has 289. Even the NFP is over 100 seats short of having a majority. And there's like smaller slivers of independent stuff between the left and the center. There's the what are these different colors? This is the part, because you can see like very slight difference in colors here. This is the part of the Republican Party that sided with the National Rally, and this is the part of the Republican Party that stayed independent. Are reruns possible? What do you mean? The article I linked has 193 for NFP from parliamentary groups. I'll have to look into this. These might have been like preliminary results. The point is that like we're not counting votes. We're not down to the nitty-gritty individual votes here. It's more like, hey, number 1, number 2, number 3 is the point, and the point is they're about 100 seats short of having a majority, even though they're the biggest party in parliament. So Macron's argument is, even though they're the biggest party, they're not the winners because they don't have a majority and they're unable to form a coalition that would have a majority. Is there a website where I can make, like, let's see, parliament, yes, nice, there is. Cool. Not cool. Skip and get started. And here we are. And let's see if we can make this work. So, how does this work? Can I just delete all of these? Number of seats, 577. Size of arc? Okay, let's just have it be like this. I don't care. How do I edit the parties themselves? Data? Okay. Boom. Apparently the UGDPY was saying that the numbers are not exact, but let's just stick with these for now. It doesn't matter that much. We're not like 1 vote. We're not 10 votes doesn't really matter in this case. Or it might actually. We'll see. Okay. I'm trying to do simulations where we can check like what kind of coalitions could come out of it, basically. $142. And in between these, there would be independents. So let's see here. What the hell? Okay. So if we use these numbers, it's 142 plus 180 plus 159. We're at 96. Where are those 96? Well, we have the Republicans here at 39. Oh, wait, I'm just realizing. So I was wrong. It seems these are just independent right wing, and these are the Republicans that didn't side with the National Rally, I think. Yeah, that's it, because the 17 here are the Republicans that did side with the far right. Union of the far right. They actually called it that. That's amazing. Okay, so we have Republicans 39. Still have 57 votes to find where we were here. LR 39. Boom. We have independent, left independent. I guess it would be misc right and misc left. Doesn't matter. So they are 27 on the right, 12 on the left. Where did they even put the centrists? 6 here. So 27 plus 12 plus 6. 40. Nah, what? No, we were at 57 minus 45. Okay, we're almost there. It was 12 here. 27 here. Misc center 6. Then we have 9, 1, 1. Okay, so these are all like other independents. I guess I'm gonna put them somewhere around here. So we have independents. Oh shit, I screwed up. This has to be here, and there's another 12 independents here. Okay, that's more like it. The colors don't match anything. I'm too lazy to figure out how this works while I'm doing this, so all we know is this is the NFP, these are the independent left, these are the independents, these are Macron's coalition, centrist independents, centrist right wing, Republicans, and far right. So, and we can't like select multiple of these to do coalitions. God damn it, this is probably not the best tool to do this. Either this isn't the best tool to do this, or I just don't know how to use it yet. But the point is, even if the NFP got a whole bunch of these and these, they're not going to peel off. They're not going to work with anyone on the right. They're not going to peel off any significant number of Macron's things, so they're not going to get a majority. And that was Macron's entire argument. And Macron was saying, look, we managed to elect, I don't remember, head of National Assembly. This woman is the head of the National Assembly in France now. She is party. Oh yeah, Renaissance was another one of the names of Macron's party. So she's a member of Macron's party. She's been there since 2016. Wait, she's been the head of the National Assembly since 2022. Is there a specific wiki on the vote that got her back into this position after the last elections? I doubt there would be. But yeah, even though the NFP was trying to get their own person at the head of the National Assembly, they weren't able to. Macron managed to get, after a few rounds of voting, they managed to get enough people from around here, basically, like this big chunk of the center, to vote for her, to confirm her, because the National Rally knew, like, they knew that they weren't going to get anyone of their own party there, and they really didn't want anyone from this party, so they just ended up approving Macron's pick because it was the lesser of two evils for them. Please check the Le Monde article. It has an interactive thing. The problem with Le Monde is its paywalls. Oh, nice. You can do it. Okay. This is so much better than what I was trying to do, yeah. Okay, so this is not even... okay. This is not even, this is not even showing the coalitions. This is just individual parties. So, Gauche démocrate et républicaine, I think. So this is the left Democrat and Republic, like Democrat and Republican left. What I think this signals here, the Republican thing means, oh, we're not a part of the basically, we don't work with these people. Because these are labeled by centrists as not being a Republican party. A pro-Republic party. Let's see. That is definitely... What? Democratic and Republican left group. Wait, is that? Why is it telling me it's communists? Really? That is surprising. Okay, so apparently I was wrong. I was completely wrong. They're communists. What makes LFI not Republican? They're mostly aesthetics. LFI is essentially the they're not too far from what so the current PS, the current Socialist Party, has become essentially has become very, very, very moderate in recent years. Very centrist, if not. But when they were in power, they were borderline a center-right party. They were like an incompetent center-right party. The PS of the 70s is actually pretty close to what LFI is today. The main thing that people who don't like LFI use are, like, they don't like Mélenchon's style. Mélenchon has a very authoritarian style in terms of how he speaks and how he handles the party, but now he's like semi-retired, so he's not even that relevant anymore. I'm not even sure he's even in office anywhere anymore. Am I wrong on that? Yeah. Like he's an influencer in a sense. Like he still makes speeches, he still talks about politics and people still listen to him, but I don't think he has any official position anymore. Yeah, he led the France unbowed until 2021. He was a member of the National Assembly until 2022. He's been retired. Who's the official head of the party now? Boom. The official head of the party is this woman who I've never heard of before. But yeah, so there's the reason why they say it's not a Republican Party anymore, or it's not a Republican Party, is the aesthetics of this guy that they're uncomfortable with and his rhetorical style, and also the fact that the party wants to rewrite the constitution, wants to do a sixth republic. Right now, it's France is like the fifth republic of France, is the fifth version of the constitution, the wartime constitution I was talking about earlier. Mélenchon is quite the character. He is very much like, he has a very strong personality. Like it's no wonder that people still talk about Mélenchon as like the head of the party, even though he's retired, and no one has heard of this woman because Mélenchon is like such a larger than life figure that it's hard not to notice him even when he's like yeah, there's this photo too, yeah. Like even when he's retired, he remains a major player in the party's future, basically, kind of in large part because it doesn't seem like there's much of a, because I've heard of other major players in the party. I've never heard of her before. And it seems like, yeah, it's like a lot of parties, it seems like it was kind of created around Mélenchon, and now that Mélenchon's gone, they don't really know. This is a guy that I've heard of a lot more than the president of the party. How long has Mélenchon been a major player in French politics? How long has he been a major player in French politics? I want to say basically he's been a major player since the Macron era. Like the thing is, when was the party founded? Oh wait, I was talking about this was the president of the group. Maybe the party has a different president. Okay, so this guy is the head of the party at the moment, which, okay, that makes more sense. The president of the group is a different thing. Okay. So the party was founded, yes, in 2016. When was Macron elected? Has been in office since 2017. Yeah, no, so essentially, before Macron, back when French politics was either Republicans, then they were called the UMP, and or on the left, the PS. And those are really the only two options, the only two viable options in French politics. There were smaller parties here and there. There was the Communist Party. There were other bunch of smaller independent groups. There was, of course, the National Rally, who was much smaller at the time. But yeah, we knew at every election that every big head of any big like either president or prime minister or head of the National Assembly were always going to be either Republicans, UMP at the time they were called, or Socialist Party. So Mélenchon has been in politics for way longer than that. He used to be a member of the PS. But when the PS was in power under Hollande, it disappointed a lot of left-wing voters, and therefore that led to the PS collapse during Hollande's presidency and essentially go back to, like, I think they got something like 4% of the vote a couple of elections later, something like that. That's because this guy basically took over a huge chunk of the leftist electorate, and the rest of the leftist electorate went to Macron, who was kind of seen as the best of both worlds between the center left and the center right. Now it's turning out to be just a center right, if not conservative right party with like small nuances on little details here. Do you think LFI and Social Democrats would agree on a common candidate for the next presidential elections? Next presidential elections are way too far from now for me to say. Like, the thing is, the NFP, it's kind of surprising that the NFP has held up until now already. And I guess that's a good sign. But the NFP is 2 months old now, 3 months old. It's way too early to be talking about if they're going to be able to agree on something 3 years down the line when they're only 3 months old. You guys should watch the Le Pen versus Macron debate, maybe one day. I don't think we can do that on stream because copyright. Anyway, so yeah. Where was I? We were here. We were trying to do coalition. So if these guys are the communist bloc, which makes sense that they're this far left now, that actually makes more sense. Let's imagine we have the big NFP players. And that's basically it for people who are left of Macron. We are almost, what was it? 577 divided by 2, it was 289. We are, yeah, just under 100 votes short of a majority. Even imagine, like, they're definitely not going to get Macron's party to caucus with them. Even if they got Macron's coalition members to leave Macron and caucus with them, they would still be about 30 votes short of a majority. If they had Macron, they would have a majority, but that's not going to happen. If they had like one of these and not the other, that would be a majority. This would barely be a majority, but that's, again, not going to happen. Like, if these two parties working in the same coalition, not happening in this timeline. That is not an option. And I don't know enough about this tiny group here to have a position on that. Seems like whatever coalition is formed, Macron party will be a major part of it. Well, that's the thing with being a centrist, is that, yeah, you're kind of, no matter what, you're the kingmaker. Because all of these guys, like now you can't go anywhere from here because you have Macron's party, and like, what are you gonna like work with the Republican Party? That's not gonna happen. Maybe with the non-inscrits, like the independents. Maybe with, like, these are like regionalist groups, kind of ish, but you even like if you get all of the possible things, you're still short. And obviously they're not going to work with the National Rally. That is again, like a completely impossible thing. So that's not going to happen. So what could you have in the center? You have Macron's coalition, these three parties, and he wanted to get the Republican right. This time, these people are not communists. This time, this is what I meant by, so the Republican front, where was the article we were looking at earlier? Was it this? This. Republican front is the coalition of all parties that are not the National Rally. So Republican front in theory would be all of this is not a government coalition, it's just an electoral thing. So in theory, Republican front would be this kind of, but the reality is a bunch of Republican Party people joined the National Rally, and there's also like the further right party who are not even, I don't even think they got any deputies this time, but like these people basically caucus with the far right. So yeah, anyway, so the Republican right is the part of the right wing that refused to work with the National Rally. So they could possibly be with Macron's center-right coalition. More likely, they would be kind of independent and give them like a supply and confidence. What happened? Okay, it doesn't matter. Like a supply and confidence situation where they could like support them on specific laws, but not officially be part of the governing coalition. But possibly, yes. And Macron could, he wouldn't get all of the Socialist Party, but he could maybe get a few Socialist Party people. And if he got the Green Party, that's probably the only majority coalition you can make. Like, this majority coalition is not completely realistic because you would definitely not get the entire Socialist Party. But, like, yeah, it would be a... The question would be, would Macron's party manage to get enough people from the Greens and from the Socialists to... Maybe, okay, let's imagine they get the Greens but not the Socialists. And they get these people and these people, still not a majority. And if they get the Socialists but not the Greens, yeah, but like, again, they're not going to get all of these people. But you get my point. Basically, the only possible majority coalition is a majority coalition led by Macron's party, even though Macron did not, like, Macron's party did not win the legislative elections. And that's the whole complicated thing, is that the NFP is saying, hey, we were the biggest party in the elections, we won the elections, and in large part, we only won the elections by this little, like, we actually helped Macron's coalition a lot for the sake of beating the National Rally. So apparently this is more like 90, well, it's not really 93 because not all of these are part of the NFP, but yeah. Let's keep it at 80. So the reality is, if the NFP... I was going to say if the NFP had not caved to Macron's coalition demands during the... between the two rounds of the election, they would have gotten more, but the reality is no, it's just that the National Rally would have gotten more because the thing would have been split. Like, these two split the non-far right vote. Anyway, so they have a case to make that they deserve the government because they're the biggest coalition in parliament. And Macron's argument is, well, no, because you are limited. Macron would say, you guys are limited to 193 at most. If you get all of your ducks in a row, you're at 193 people at maximum in the parliament. Whereas we can put together a coalition of, even if we don't get anyone from the left-wing coalition, we're at 213. So we're actually bigger than you if we work with the Republican thing. So basically, Macron is shifting significantly to the right to accommodate these people in order to make a government, most probably. Technically, it's the RN that got the most votes, unfortunately. In terms of absolute number of voters, yes, but that's not how parliamentary elections work. There's only a minority of people that actually like the NFP program, and practically no one that likes Macron. Yeah, that's not untrue. The only solution is maybe the Republican right, but that party is shrinking. Basically, Macron is in a situation where he has to choose between... He doesn't really have a choice. Because in theory, he would have to choose between either working with these or managing to peel off a few of these people. But there's no universe in which he's going to manage to do both at the same time. This is the only way he can get a majority. But these would be incompatible. This party here would be incompatible with either this or this. So it's a complete deadlock, and it's a complete clusterfuck. And that's basically how broken the situation is right now. But then you get to the left proposes this person, and it gets even more messed up because... Read this in a bit. Read this in a bit. Le Pen. Boom. Le Pen. I'm looking for an article that said the thing that I read elsewhere. Let me find the article I'm thinking of. Okay, there you go. This is what I was looking for. So what happened was the National Rally announced that they would, if Macron names a left-wing government, the first thing the National Rally would do immediately would be to call for essentially a vote of no confidence against the government, like minutes after it comes into office, even if that government does not have the LFI, the France Unbowed, in the coalition. Which is kind of funny, because this is what Macron is saying. Where was it? Is it here? So yeah, the left could not win a confidence vote that would come immediately from its opponents in parliament. So it's convenient for Macron that not only everything that we've been talking about with this coalition thing, but also he's kind of tacitly having the support of the far right, because the far right is saying, hey, you cannot name a left-wing prime minister or a left-wing government, even if that government does not have the Mélenchon's party, even though Mélenchon is retired, so that's not even on the table. We will immediately block anything that involves any left-wing government, but they're not saying that about any other government. They're not saying that about a Macron government. They're only saying that about the left-wing government. So the left wing has the most seats in parliament, but they can't have a majority. They can't form a government, and like Macron refuses to name any of them, in part because the third party is basically holding the government hostage. And Macron is kind of like, you know what? These people are dicks, but this works for me. Because as a result of that, Macron just gets to keep his government in place. Why doesn't the whole parliament do a vote of no confidence? We'll get to that in a second. Then commencing presidential elections. Even before that, Macron's government was already broken, and one example is the repeated usage of the 49.3. Yeah, that's a whole other thing that we've talked about in my first video on this channel. So where does that leave us? Because yes, this is a complete deadlock, and basically right now the only outcome seemingly would just be Macron gets to keep his government in place even though he doesn't have a majority, even though he kind of lost the election, even though like this election result, the fact that he has 59 seats now is, sorry, wrong thing, is a loss of 86 seats since the previous election. So he got shellacked in the parliamentary elections. This election was clearly a major defeat for Macron, but he kind of gets to claim victory because there's no other clear victor in this. And that's the whole mess that they have to deal with here. Okay, let's close this. So there was the Al Jazeera article saying what happens next. So we talked about the result of the election, talked about blocking the NFP prime minister thing. How did party leaders and commentators react? The LFI reacted with anger to Macron's comments, with its national coordinator Emmanuel Bompard calling his decision unacceptable and anti-democratic coup. It kind of is, but there's not really a democratic option at the same time, so it is complicated. LFI leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon also demanded a firm and strong response by the public and politicians on X on Monday night, calling for a motion of impeachment against Macron. I don't think... I don't know. We need to look into what the what mechanisms there are to impeach French presidents. So yeah, large-scale mobilization on September 7. French news outlets A French news outlet Le Monde has also argued that in the interest of democracy, Macron, in the absence of any other obvious possibility, should have allowed the left-wing candidate to become prime minister, which apparently is also what Macron's own prime minister has been arguing in negotiations. Thank you, Gray. So Gray is saying, in France, the comparable procedure is called destitution. The president of France can be impeached by the French parliament for willfully violating the constitution or the national laws. The process of impeachment is written in the 68th article of the French constitution. Either the National Assembly or the Senate can begin the process. Then the impeachment proposal must be transmitted to the other house, which can acknowledge the impeachment, blah, blah, blah. After the upper and lower houses' agreements, they unite in a joint session to form the High Court. Okay, so yeah, that's the whole procedure. So there is a procedure. It is which I. And here we have another answer from Al Jazeera on that. So yeah, could Macron be impeached? LFI's Mélenchon. I like this because, as we were talking about before, Mélenchon doesn't have any official position anymore. Mélenchon is basically an influencer at this point. He's basically a social media influencer, just a political influencer. Warned Macron that failure to appoint a left-wing prime minister would result in legal action, suggesting that he would invoke Article 68 of the Constitution, which we just read from Gray's comments. Since Article 68 was added to the French Constitution in 2007, no president has been impeached. One attempt in 2016 against then-President François Hollande, which was signed by 79 opposition legislators, was defeated in Parliament. What happens next? Macron said he would restart new talks between the party leaders on Tuesday to try to reach an agreement on a new prime minister. However, the Socialists, the Greens, and the Communists have already said they will not participate in further talks. The LFI, the right-wing National Rally, and the Conservative Republicans were not invited to new talks. What? Wait a second. So these people who are like smaller parties are not interested in new talks, and LFI, National Rally, and Republicans were not invited to the new talks. So the new talks are just, like within Macron's party. It's not boohoo, you were not invited. It's like, yeah, we're going to have new talks on government formation. We're going to talk with ourselves. Of only the people in Macron's party are going to talk about how they're going to form a government. Like, what? Green Party chief Marine Tondelier told local radio on Tuesday that the election was being stolen from the NFP alliance. Socialist Party chief Olivier Faure has also refused to attend new talks with Macron and said he would not be an accomplice to a parody of democracy. Okay. What's the most likely scenario? Oh, maybe they need to figure out if they can get along with themselves. Yep. Wait, who's this? Okay. Politics professor. So, current situation in the country is absolutely unheard of, and that Macron is wading into uncharted territory since the left-wing alliance has already ruled out any alliance with his party. Following the refusal to approve Gastet, Marielle said that the only certainty is that Macron will not choose a leftist candidate and will be looking for someone from the center left or the center right. This may work in the short term, he added, but there will most likely be need for another election next year. I think that's what we're going to be at. What we're going to have to look at is, honestly, there's probably not going to be much of a political solution to this. It's probably going to be down to what the reaction is in the streets and what happens with the impeachment attempts. Other than that, it seems like we're deadlocked until new elections happen, and the new election won't happen until late summer next year. And in the meantime, in October, they need to vote on a new budget for the government. And has there ever been a government shutdown in French history? I've never heard of, I've only ever heard of government shutdowns in the US. That doesn't mean that it never happens outside of the US. It's just that the US is the country that people talk about a lot. But I've never heard of a French government shutdown. So we're really going into crazy uncharted territory here. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Okay. I need to do a little bit of planning, though, for myself. What exactly is the protests on September 7th? Man, if it was on September 8th, that would be so much more convenient for me. Please push it to, like, guys, I have a birthday on September 7th. Can you push it to September 8th? I'm gonna call Mélenchon and say that. Hey, the French people in watching the stream right now would understand the joke. Je peux pas, j'ai piscine. I would like to know at what time it is, so at least I can maybe have breakfast with my brother before I take the train. So the CGT union, which is one of the biggest unions in the country, is not calling for the September 7th protest. Okay, I'm gonna have to plan for this later, but basically I'm gonna have to run from the train station to the protest when I get there, if I manage to get there. Anyway, so yeah, complicated situation here, and there doesn't seem to be an easy way out, so that's fun. Mm. As a French, I can confidently say that we don't see the end of this. I don't know. This is like that politics professor was saying. Like, let me reset white balance. There we go. Like that politics professor was saying in the article, this is completely unheard of territory. So I did an interview on LBC on election night when it happened, and I was asked questions like, "Oh, what does this mean for French-UK relations?" and stuff like, "Yeah, what's the outcome of the election?" I was basically saying, "Hey, look, the outcome of the election is it's the only outcome of the election on election night was the National Rally didn't win." It's essentially what Macron is saying when he's saying, like, we know who lost the election, but we don't know who won. That's kind of true, because the only real outcome was the National Rally lost the election. And that was the only conclusion we could draw from election night. And it was extremely clear, even on election night, that it was worth celebrating a major setback for the National Rally, but it was also very much not a victory for anyone else, and certainly not a victory for the left. To be honest, Macron's party did get trounced. They also lost like 90 seats in parliament, which is really not good for them, but they kind of still get to claim victory in some ways. And the left gets to claim victory because they're the biggest party, but at the end of the day, like, there's no, France is so much worse off now than it was before Macron just decided to dissolve the parliament. Like, and to be clear, all of this is entirely on Macron. Macron had no obligation whatsoever to dissolve parliament when he did. That was just him kind of hoping to capitalize on the situation, and he ended up putting himself in a shitty situation, but even, like, more importantly than that, he ended up putting the country in a way shittier situation that he is in, because he still gets to come out of this election and kind of finesse his way into keeping his government in place, even though it really shouldn't be in place, just because there's no other option for another government to be in place. And the rest of the country is kind of completely fucked. And like, I don't know how they're going to pass any kind of budget bill. I don't know how they're going to... it basically seems like France is completely stuck and completely paralyzed until new parliamentary elections in a year, unless they impeach Macron and do it faster than a year. Which none of those options sound appealing. Like, none of those are good news. They're all terrible solutions. It's another one of those cases of, would you rather be punched in the face or kicked in the nuts, or like give me like 5 other options that are similar to those? And that's what France's situation is in. We need a budget in October. We need a PM. Yeah, well, you have a PM, but you don't have a government other than, like, it's just that Macron gets to refuse his PM's resignation because there's literally no other option right now. Yeah, in French you would say choisir entre la peste et le choléra, which is choosing between the plague. Isn't there an English equivalent to that? The plague and cholera. What are the effects of this set lockdown in the long term? Does it affect public services? Presumably yes, but because it's never happened, as far as I know, then I don't really know what kind of... I don't know if there's any kind of reserves that they have in place, if there's there's something called the... in cases of general strikes, there's something called a minimum service to just keep, what's it called? to keep essential workers, essential government workers in place just for the country to continue functioning, and for like transportation, like public transportation to keep functioning. I don't know exactly what an actual government shutdown would look like because like it's super, super unprecedented. So yeah, messy, messy, messy. It's a caretaker PM, cannot vote a budget. Yeah, the current PM is a caretaker PM. So like what you have right now is a caretaker government that basically can't really do anything. Sorry, organizing my reorganizing my brother's birthday weekend. Did you know that your source of information is better than all of TV channels in France because most of them have a political influence? Hey, I have a political influence. I don't claim to be unbiased. I have an entire video about how claiming to be unbiased is bullshit. Though I have a political bias, I don't have a political influence. Like no one pays me to do anything. So yeah. I think, like, if you're asking for my opinion, I do think the argument, this is not the right article. Like, ignore the background. It's just that I don't have another one. I agree with what Le Monde was saying, and I agree with basically the NFP case of, hey, I know Macron, I know that it sucks. I know that you don't want to give up your prime minister, your own person in the prime ministership. And I know that there would be problems with an NFP government, but this is the most this is the least undemocratic solution. I would say this is the most democratic solution. Basically, this is the only democratic solution. That's what I would say. All other options are super undemocratic. Other than they're pragmatic, and I understand the logic behind them, but them being logical does not mean that they're correct. And I think appointing an NFP government and saying this is just the only outcome that is reasonable here is the only thing to do. And you know what? You know what Macron could absolutely do? This is the massive hypocrisy of Macron's situation, is that the National Rally is saying, hey, if Macron appoints an NFP prime minister, then we will immediately do a vote of no confidence. But the only reason the National Rally could do a vote of no confidence, and the only reason why this would actually topple the government, is because Macron's party would side with the National Rally in a vote of no confidence against the NFP. So what Macron could absolutely 100% do in this situation is say, you know what? Fuck the National Rally. We're appointing an NFP government because that is the just outcome of this election. And if the National Rally does a vote of no confidence, we are backing the NFP government because we back democracy, because we back the results of the legislative elections, even if we're not in the same coalition as the NFP. That is absolutely 100% within the power of Macron. But if he doesn't do that, he gets to keep his people in government. He gets to keep his government in place, and he gets to say, hey, my hands are tied. I can't appoint anyone from the NFP because they're going to vote against you. And that's just incredibly hypocritical of him. So that's the situation that France is in. Anyway, so that's it on France. What else can we talk about? Of these things from last week are not really directly relevant. I need to take a few notes. Jeff W., I'm not sure if Stan considers himself an outsider. Yeah, that's a big question that I ask myself. I'm not sure if I consider myself an I'm not sure if I consider myself an insider either. It's I'm a weird, like, in between kind of person. Basically, when I'm in France, I feel like I'm an outsider. When I'm in the US, I feel like I'm an outsider. And yeah. The joys of what's it called? There's a name for this. I forget what it is, like third culture kid or something like that. So, what's happening with the ceasefire talks? I guess I can put it there. You're in purgatory. Yep. So Israel-Hamas war ceasefire and hostage talks will continue after weekend meetings didn't resolve gaps. Okay, let's start by reading this, and I'll talk about my thoughts on this. A round of high-level talks in Cairo meant to bring about a ceasefire and hostage deal to at least temporarily end the 10-month Israel-Hamas war in Gaza ended on Sunday without a final agreement, a U.S. official said. But talks will when is this from? This is from 2 days ago. Okay. But talks will continue at lower levels in the coming days in an effort to bridge the remaining gaps. The talks included CIA Director William Burns. Okay, we don't care. The development came after Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah traded fire heavily early Sunday, but backed off from sparking a widely feared all-out war as both sides signaled their most intense exchange in months over. Yeah. Hezbollah claimed to hit an Israel military intelligence site near Tel Aviv as part of a barrage of hundreds of rockets and drones, and Israel claimed its dozens of strikes had been preemptive to avert a larger attacks. Neither offered evidence. I like this. Like a little bit of AP throwing shade at both sides, basically going like, yeah, this is basically borderline, just like typical kind of propaganda, kind of wartime communication is always like that. So Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah said the attack, a response to Israel's killing of a top militant commander in Beirut last month, had been delayed to give the Gaza ceasefire. Really? I don't believe this for a second. Had been delayed to give the Gaza ceasefire talks a chance, and so fellow Iran-backed groups could discuss with Iran whether to attack Israel all at once. Israeli and U.S. military deployment. Israeli and U.S. military deployment also played a role. Flights diverted. All-out war apparently averted for now. So basically, at the moment, the talks are kind of stalled. And apparently, Hezbollah and other Iran-backed militias are starting to talk about the possibility of coordinating simultaneous attacks against Israel. But for now, the escalations haven't reached that point yet. None of this sounds good. And meanwhile, there's also escalations between Israel and Hamas, with Hamas fires rockets at Tel Aviv. UGDPY, yeah, for now we finished the French stuff. But there will definitely have to be more of the French stuff soon. So essentially, there doesn't seem to be a huge update on this. The thing is, a few weeks ago, the US said that they had basically reached a deal between Hamas and Israel for a ceasefire and for the hostage release. And pretty much immediately after that, Netanyahu said, no, we didn't. And Hamas has been saying, we're not happy with clauses of the deal that Netanyahu's party, like that Israel is adding last minute. Did you end up using the Le Monde simulator? Yeah, I did. Thanks a lot for that. Hamas is also complaining in the negotiations that basically Israel, according to Hamas, is adding last-minute clauses that Hamas is not happy with, last-minute conditions in the deal that Hamas is not happy with. The reality, unfortunately, is that the war is... like, prolonging the war is good news not for Israel as a whole, but for Netanyahu. As long as the war goes on, Netanyahu gets to stay in power, and Netanyahu is super, super unpopular now, and if the war ends tomorrow, then Netanyahu would probably face a new election, and it's not really clear who would win that election, but Netanyahu would lose that, almost certainly. So Netanyahu benefits from the war continuing, and even though the Palestinian people do not benefit from the war continuing, Hamas kind of does. Like Hamas had, like there was a New York Times analyst who was putting it this way: is Hamas has a very low threshold for what they would call victory. And basically, as long as they have like one fighter left in the fight, they can say that they're still bringing the fight to Israel. And that's a complicated thing. My interpretation of this entire war from Hamas's side is, and this is purely a vibes thing. This is just my understanding of the situation. I don't know, like I can't really back this up into anything other than what I've been seeing since the war began. My interpretation is basically that October 7th, the entire goal of October 7th was to bait Israel into having a response so monstrous that it would turn Israel's enemies like pro-Palestine, that it would turn Israel's enemies against Israel, Israel's allies against Israel, and basically have the US, the EU, and other Israeli allies, that's basically it, the US and the EU, go, whoa, hey, Netanyahu, we support you, but this is a bit much, man. And basically baiting Israel into having a response so monstrous that it would make Israeli allies force Israel into making significant concessions to Palestine. The reality of that is, if that's the case, if that was the goal of Hamas in doing October 7th, that is pretty horrible, because it's essentially volunteering the entire population of Gaza as a sacrifice for the greater good of the Palestinian cause. And again, I don't have, like, I could be completely wrong, but the current situation to me reads exactly like that. And every single time there's been a moment of, for example, Biden saying, okay, maybe we're going to have to stop sending weapons to Israel for this and that reason, or another EU country saying, okay, we're going to actually start taking steps to recognize Palestinian statehood, or any kind of reversal of policy from any Western government, people online have been saying, look, Hamas is winning. And as long as they can keep doing that, even though people are dying by the tens of thousands, as long as the optics continue to play in, I don't want to say in favor of Palestine, but like the optics continue to play against Israel, which they very much do in the past year since October 7th, Hamas gets to continue to claim victory, like an optics victory, a political victory out of this, because the pressure is kind of mounting for Israel to actually start to make real concessions to Palestine. The question is, at what cost? Because what we're seeing is, the ICJ genocide case, that's going to take years, but that's another added bit of pressure on them. The ICC arrest warrants, have they ever officially come out? Because I know they requested arrest warrants. I don't know if they were approved. Yeah, they haven't come out yet. They're still considering them. I read some stuff a while back that Hamas didn't actually think that October 7th would be so successful. I did read similar things too. And I also read something along the lines of Hamas didn't expect a response this bad from Israel, and I kind of don't buy it. Like, maybe not this bad, but they clearly expected a response. Like, every single time Hamas did stuff that was clearly way less ambitious than October 7th, they've had, like, Operation Cast Lead and Operation... I don't remember what all of them were called. Every time they've had, like, a peaceful protest at the Israel-Gaza border, like the Great March of Return, they've had massive, monstrous responses from Israel. Maybe they expected something that would be slightly more limited, but they clearly knew that the response would be monstrous, even if maybe they were expecting it to be a little bit less monstrous than what ended up happening. Like, maybe they didn't expect Israel to, like, bulldozer the entirety of the Gaza Strip, but they clearly expected thousands of deaths on the Palestinian side for sure. But again, yeah, no. The escalations that are happening, the stalled ceasefire talks, because neither side really benefits. Because what the reality is, what would happen if there's a ceasefire is just things would go back to the way they were before, and now the Gaza Strip would be rubble. Like, I don't know the details of what the conditions are for a ceasefire, but I seriously doubt that those details include, like, Israel funding a rebuilding of Gaza or anything like that. The reality is, if there's a ceasefire, like, let's assume that the only conditions in the ceasefire talks are, hey, we release all the hostages, which, let's be honest here, most of the hostages are probably dead at this point. But let's assume that the conditions are, we release the hostages and you stop bombing us. Then all Hamas would have achieved is put Gaza in a worse situation than they were before October 7th. So they don't really benefit from any ceasefire talks conclusion that Israel would be willing to accept, and Netanyahu doesn't benefit from any ceasefire talks conclusion, because just the end of the war in itself is something that Netanyahu is not looking forward to at all, politically, for him and for his future as the prime minister, or is it, yeah, the prime minister of the country. There's going to be a lot of death from exposure in Gaza. And now there's polio that's starting to appear in Gaza. There's, of course, a bunch of... because the death toll at the moment has been stuck in the 40,000s for months at this point, because there's no infrastructure. There's not enough people. They're not in the right conditions to be reasonably counting deaths. I don't believe for a second that for the last 6 months the deaths have not continued to go up. That's only the confirmed deaths. Yeah, exactly. And the reality is, when you have 2 million people who are all displaced, the unconfirmed deaths are going to way outnumber that. And there was an estimate from the Lancet that was in the, like, 180,000 was the Lancet is one of the biggest medical journals in the world. Gaza death toll. Yeah, Gaza death toll could exceed 186,000, Lancet study says. So now, this is an estimate. It's based on only, like, what we could expect from these kinds of situations. And it's entirely possible that it's not accurate. It's as, like, estimates are never accurate. It's not going to be an actual accounting of the dead, but it's much more likely that this is within the ballpark of the current death toll, rather than just counting the official death toll, the official confirmed death toll of people who, like, that hasn't moved in the last 6 months, basically. More and more countries are starting to recognize Palestinian. The public opinion worldwide is more anti-Israel than ever. I don't think it's going to be back to business as usual. Well, yeah, but a few more countries recognizing Palestinian statehood doesn't really change the reality on the ground at the moment. Like, there needs to be a way more significant evolution in the situation on the ground and in the concessions that are forced from Israel. Because the reality is, right now, no one can force Israel to do anything. Like, no, the UN can't impose anything. All anyone can do is criticize Israel and say, hey, this is kind of fucked up. And hey, we recognize Palestinian statehood, but recognizing Palestinian statehood doesn't really do anything without actually imposing Israel to respect that statehood, which really you could only do with US backing, or at the very least with like the entirety of the European Union backing it. And right now it's like there's like 3 or 4 extra countries in the EU who've changed their position, who've like taken steps to recognize Palestinian statehood, but it's not enough of a shift in global geopolitics towards the Palestinian cause. Again, it's enough for Hamas to be able to claim that they are winning, but winning as in a process towards a broader goal in the long run, rather than they have won, which at the moment they haven't. And if they reach a ceasefire now, they haven't won anything, really. Someone can force Israel to do anything. That someone is the U.S. Yeah, well, but again, then a lot of the situation also rides on, first of all, like, let's be honest here, the U.S. is not going to take any like super dramatic position. But if anyone is going to impose anything on Israel, it would be Kamala Harris. So a lot of it rests on the results of the election in November. And even then, even if Kamala Harris wins, that's still unclear how much she would be willing to do, let's be honest. I think she's given signals that she would have a more critical approach to, like, she would be more confrontational towards Israel and more conciliatory towards the Palestinian cause than Biden was, and certainly than Trump was. But I don't think we should expect a huge shift in U.S. policy overnight. I love that. Our president, the president of Finland, can apparently decide by themselves what state Finland recognizes. So our president keeps saying that Finland will recognize the Palestinian statehood soonish. Palestinians will have rights soonish. They should put that. They should put that in the ceasefire deals. Ceasefire, and things will be better soonish. Yeah, no, the reality, Raj, the reality is, so you're saying, I think she's just being ambiguous till the election day and then gonna disappoint everyone. Kind of, yeah. The reality is, Kamala is in a situation where she is at the moment leading the polls by like a hair. She's like 1% ahead of Trump in most polls, within the margin of error. She has no room for alienating any part of the electorate. And the problem is, there is a large pro-Palestine movement in the Democratic Party, certainly more than in the Republican Party. And there's a lot of Muslim voters, especially in Michigan, that have, because Michigan is a swing state, those voters have a big influence on who would win the election. They could swing Michigan either way. But there's also a big chunk of the Democratic Party who are Jewish and who are pro-Israel. And Kamala can't afford to alienate either one of those groups. So she is being ambiguous. I think the signals that she gave and the way her first meeting with Netanyahu went after Biden dropped out and she was announced as the candidates replacing Biden, that first meeting with Netanyahu gave enough of a signal to me, at least, that that would be still a little bit of a shift from Biden's policy. And she did a speech after that meeting that was actually, in my opinion, as like keeping that dynamic in mind of she cannot afford to alienate a single pro-Israel Democratic voter. Keeping that dynamic in mind, I think that speech was as pro-Palestine as she possibly could have been. She was basically at the end of the speech going like, and about the situation in Palestine, wink, 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 wink. We really, really want to do things because the humanitarian situation in Palestine can't continue the way it is, and we really need to find a solution for Palestinian rights. Wink, 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 wink. Like, it was a big, to me, it was a huge signal. And like, she literally said out loud, like, for the people who support Palestine, I hear you. And I don't think a pro-Israel, like classic Democratic politician would have uttered that phrase in that way. I think that was I was actually shocked when she made that speech of how explicit she was being. Again, not as explicit as the like super pro-Palestinian crowd who like the uncommitted voters and generally the protesters in the US would like her to be way more explicit than that. But considering the dynamic that she cannot afford to lose pro-Israel support in the Democratic Party too, I think that speech was literally as pro-Palestine as she possibly could have been. But again, it's a speech. And at the end of the day, if she wins the election, the reality is she's probably not going to do that much. It would probably be like an incremental improvements. I know Obama was way more confrontational with Netanyahu than either Bush was or Trump, certainly Trump, or Biden. I think it would probably be more of a Obama type relationship and maybe even more confrontational than Obama, especially because the dynamic in Israel has changed. The dynamic between Israel and the U.S. has changed in that Netanyahu, who was already prime minister during the Obama years, has gone way further to the right and has gone way closer to Trump. So now the dynamic between a Democratic president and Netanyahu would necessarily be way more confrontational with a Trump ally at the head of the Israeli government. Yes, but in the context of denying a Palestinian-American speech at the DNC, it felt the other way. That is true too. But yeah, no, I think for example, the speech of the parents of one of the hostages who spoke at the DNC, I didn't see anything that was particularly bad in that speech, but the fact that they went out of their way to avoid any pro-Palestine Democratic politician or anything like that taking place at the DNC, that way, yeah, was definitely not great for sure. Wasn't Bill Clinton also a lot more diplomatic when it came to Israel-Palestine? I think it was a bit too young back then to like. I'm trying to like search my memory for anything about that. I don't really know what the Clinton administration position was with Israel. I was not keeping track of what was happening when I was like 6, 7 years old. Well, there were Clinton did do a bunch of did try to do some peace talks that basically went nowhere. So there was that. It's hard to find a more hardline Israel supporter than Biden. Well, Trump was a more hardline Israel supporter than Biden. People don't give Biden credit, and because he doesn't really deserve credit on this, like, Biden is from a generation where the story of Israel, like Biden is older than the country of Israel, and Biden is from a generation where the story of Israel was kind of, for Westerners, kind of felt like a feel-good story. It was like, oh my God, these people who are almost genocided managed to make their own country, and that's wonderful. And of course, they ignored everything that happened to the Palestinians, and that when they think about that story. But for like your grandparents' generation, Israel was kind of seen as a major comeback story for people who were almost wiped off the face of the earth during World War II. And I think Biden, in his ripe old age, cannot, will never get out of that mindset. And of course, there are a lot of speeches from when Biden was younger where he was saying stuff like, Israel is the best investment the U.S. ever made in the Middle East. If there wasn't an Israel in the Middle East, the U.S. should make an Israel in the Middle East, stuff like that. And he's made like very, very, very rabidly pro-Israel speeches over his career. But since October, like, we need to remember that right after October 7th, the first time Biden spoke publicly was him saying, yeah, October 7th was bad, but Israel, who hadn't started to do anything yet at the time, Biden was already saying, Israel needs to chill the fuck out. Israel needs to avoid making the mistakes that we made after 9/11. And Israel did it anyway. Israel made like way more than what the U.S. did after 9/11. And all the reporting that I've heard basically go along the lines of Biden maintained his public stance of being pro-Israel, but was pushing back way more behind the scenes. The problem is Netanyahu doesn't give a shit how much anyone pushes back behind the scenes unless it actually results in material changes, like the U.S. doing, like, refusing to give arms to Israel anymore. Like, if the U.S. was like, hey, you know what? We're not going to help you resupply the Iron Dome anymore. That would be a big change. That would put a lot more pressure on Israel than anything that Biden can say by pushing back behind the scenes. Saying pushing back behind the scenes is code word for nothing. Kind of, yeah. It's basically code word for, hey guys, like, please be a little bit nicer, which is certainly more than Trump would do. Because Trump is literally saying, you should elect me because I'm going to help Israel get the job done. And we all know what get the job done means in that case. Like, if Trump is elected, get the job done means Gaza is a suburb of Tel Aviv with resettlement of Israelis there. And we don't even need to talk about what happens to the people who are still living in Gaza because they're not going to be there anymore. That's the reality if Trump gets to make good on that promise of helping Israel get the job done. So, yes, I agree that pushing back behind the scenes is code word for nothing. And it's definitely not enough. And I understand that protesters would like to have a real pro-human rights stance by the United States. Realistically, the choice that we have is between someone who is going to enable and support and back an even more aggressive genocide in the region, and someone who potentially could actually take minor actions like stopping weapon supplies to Israel, which is something that Kamala Harris apparently has signaled to activists that she's open to in private talks behind the scenes. Stuff that she can't talk about openly because that would almost certainly immediately lose her the election by alienating pro-Israel voters. But the things she's been saying, to me, signal that it would be a step in the right direction, and in the absence of any other better option than Kamala, any step in the right direction is a good one for me. Now, that doesn't mean that we need to stop pushing Kamala to go even further, because the further we push her, the more her government would do. So the protests are good to continue. The uncommitted movement continuing to put pressure for more is always a good thing. But people who are like, oh, it doesn't matter, like there's no point in voting because Kamala is also a fascist and wouldn't do anything to stop the genocide. Well, those people live in fantasy land, unfortunately. Cat. Kamala is going to win. She's younger. She appeals to the moderates, who are the anti-fascists and also anti-communist bourgeois. I hope that's true. But if we get a repeat of 2016, that's not what would happen. So we don't know. And I also wonder, because in the meantime, Republicans have continued to prepare the infrastructure to challenge the election results. And it's worth wondering and it's worth worrying about what their follow-up to October 6th, to January 6th would be if Kamala does win the election. Now, it would be a different dynamic because this time Trump isn't in power, so the certification of the results would not be even arguably would like there's no arguments that the certification of the results should be in Trump's control, but that doesn't mean that the streets will respond that way, and it's an open question of what kind of what state the U.S. democracy and the U.S. republic is going to be after the election if Trump loses, and especially if he loses by little enough for the scheming that he's been doing with putting in place people who are actually going to fuck with the results, with the vote counts and stuff like that. Like, we're really going to have to see what happens. The Republicans are definitely going to do a fascism. The Republicans are already doing a fascism. Me? Are you going to vote for Kamala? She's definitely an undecided voter. Me? Funny how the Republican Party is trying to turn their candidate into a monarch. Literally, yeah. Literally, that's every single step they've been taking since 2020 has been that. Tryon, I have something in the works that's not exactly that, but that kind of I guess it would be like a piece of the puzzle of that. Hopefully, I have a very terrible track record of deadlines of any kind of date promises for new videos. So I'm basically not even making any promises anymore. But hopefully I can get that one done before the election in the US, just because it's the only moment where it makes sense to talk about it. Okay, so I think we need to look into Project 2025 because I've been putting it in the stream titles for a few days now, and if we don't do it today, we're not going to do it. And I was given a link with some information. Is Jam still in chat? So I think Jam sent a link with kind of compilation of the leaked Project 2025 videos. But I don't know where it went. Let me see if I can just do a general search of the entire Discord. Uh, okay, I think this is it. Copy link. Well, I guess we'll just go with this. Let's see what this one says. "49 minutes. Okay, let's do this.
Hi, I'm Katie Sullivan, and just a normal American woman. But to the left, that makes me a cisgendered ethno-imperialist birthing person with pronouns she, her. Words like that are quite a mouthful, and it's one America needs to spit out before we choke on it.
I love how the most normal thing you could do is present yourself as a normal American woman. Bro, that's a fucking strong start. I don't think I need to introduce Project 2025 at this point. I think way more people than are watching this stream, way more people than are going to see this video after the stream is out have seen the John Oliver video on Project 2025 that explains it. So the short version is just Project 2025 is a set of ideas of how Trump could become a dictator if he comes back into office. And it wasn't officially prepared by the Trump administration or anyone directly working for Trump. It just happens to have been prepared by the Heritage Foundation, which is a right-wing think tank, who hired a bunch of former Trump administration officials after the end of the first Trump term. And people like J.D. Vance have signaled strong support for Project 2025. And as we'll see later, Trump has signaled strong support for Project 2025, even though now, more recently, he's pretended to not know anything about it. But let's start with this video.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
Yeah, I see. Presidential Transition Project. So anyone who's telling you, yeah, no, this is not something that would be implemented by Trump. You're either, if you think Trump wouldn't implement something that is a presidential transition project prepared by former people from his administration, specifically for, like, in the event of a victory of his of him being reelected in 2025, that would grant him essentially unlimited power. Anyone who thinks that Trump wouldn't do that is, at the very least, incredibly bad faith.
Bethany, are your children afraid of monsters in the attic or under the bed?
Yeah, they have been, but we always tell them that they do not exist.
Today we have news. There are monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
It's the words, phrases, definitions that are used, which may look like one thing, but absolutely mean another. And it is scary.
During this training, we will...
The best, Tryon, the best meme I've seen, so there was the Trump, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. Let me find the tweet, the truth that he put out. Come on. So yeah, Trump tweeted, I know nothing. Wait, let me open this in a new tab. I know nothing about Project 2025. I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they are saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them. And the best meme I've seen is Palpatine tweeting, I know nothing about Order 66. I have no idea who is behind it.
identify the problem,
Phrases, definitions that are used, which may look like one thing, but absolutely mean another. And it is scary.
During this training, we will identify the problem, discuss examples from our time in the federal government, as well as the 5 cross-cutting principles of the current administration. We will teach you how to unwind the words and phrases that have been so artfully layered into every document in the federal government. You can do this in any role at any level of seniority. This training will prepare you to make changes, and fast. The left continually pivots and assaults definitions and phrases. They twist words and phrases.
I'm curious who this training video is for exactly. Is this for, like, general... Like, clearly this is not for general Republican voters because it was leaked. If it was for general Republican voters, it would have already been made public by the Heritage Foundation. So who is this for? So it's published by ProPublica, so I'm assuming we can find information on that. Trump government members, I guess so, but yeah. Let's see. One centerpiece of that program is dozens of never-before-published videos created for Project 2025 Presidential Administration Academy. What the hell is the Presidential Administration Academy? The vast majority of these videos, 23 in all, totaling more than 14 hours of content. Jeez, we're not watching 14 hours of content. Were provided to ProPublica and documented by a person who had access to them. Okay, there you go. The Project 2025 videos coach future appointees on everything from the nuts and bolts of government to how to outwit bureaucrats. These are strategies for avoiding embarrassing Freedom of Information Act disclosures and ensuring that conservative policies aren't struck down by left-wing judges. Jesus. These strategies are for avoiding any kind of government transparency and any kind of government accountability. Yeah, meaning how to override the democratic system. That's exactly it. Yeah. 14 hours of brainwashing. Trust me, the people who had access to these 14 hours did not need any brainwashing. They've already been thoroughly brainwashed. Is Kamala Maoist now? Of course Kamala is Maoist. It's Comrade Kamala. Okay.
Is to support subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was rejected or is against the grain of human existence, like what is a woman? Perhaps
like I was saying, like the whole brainwashing thing. It's funny to talk about like forcing people to accept what was it?
To support subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was rejected or is against the grain of human existence.
The whole thing about supporting subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was like the level of projection is kind of crazy here. Yeah. We will coach you on how to reject leftist dogma by subconsciously accepting all the right-wing talking points that we support.
Like, what is a woman? Perhaps the most effective tool the left wields is their ability to engage in constant subliminal advertising through their narrative, words, and phrases. Marxism became socialism, then democratic socialism, and is now represented by the terms social justice and equity. This is perhaps the most scary of all.
Katie, what brings to mind is the quote, "He who controls the language rules the world." It's attributed to Joseph Stalin and other tyrants. And George Orwell stated, "He who controls language controls culture." Even more, Hitler and others lived by the creed. If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. Without doubt, it's true. Language is a powerful and often controlling tool.
Career bureaucrats and the left are also using language to change culture and gain more and more authority, thereby upsetting the balance of power envisioned by our founding fathers. This, in essence, weaponized language against the American people.
This training is vital to you as a political appointee. If there's one thing you take from this training, it is to know when you start your job as a political appointee, every single word, phrase, and acronym must be vetted, and you must determine what implications every word has before publishing or moving forward with any official or internal document.
All right, so now that we have identified the problem, let's give the viewers a taste of what we saw in the Trump administration. Bethany and I were both part of a coordinated effort in the Trump administration focused on trying to take back hijacked language and definitions across the United States government and even at our engagements in the United Nations.
I love how they chose, like, of all the people in the Trump administration, they went out of their way to choosing 2 women to make this seem less ominous, I guess. Like, these are the most inoffensive looking people they possibly could have found to host this video, I guess.
From our experiences, we will teach you how to identify the left's progressive language, scrutinize career staff compositions for dangerous language, and how to combat their manipulative efforts, ensuring clarity of definition and conservative intention. Bethany and I are going to give you some examples of what we mean by this need to always ensure clarity, but in no way are we able to foresee the future and anticipate how the progressive left will continue to co-opt even more words and definitions. We can tell you the words and phrases being used today, but by the time you enter the administration, these examples may be obsolete. This will help you spot crucial issue areas to pay close attention to.
I have to say, I'm not sure I can sit through an hour of this. We'll do what we can.
Calling men and women by the time you begin your tenure with the administration. The left is trying to dismantle America and rebuild it in their own image by using the art of deception, and words and definitions are their weapon of choice. Remember, words change culture. Bethany, with your extensive experience with both domestic and international policy issues, and in light of your role in leadership positions at USAID, can you walk us through some examples of how the left uses words, weaponizes really, words and definitions? And if you could do that in
I would
the
like to see
context of the
examples. Let's see if she
cross-cutting
gives
issues that are identified
specific
in the mandate
examples.
for leadership. And really, as we understand the cross-cutting, they've been those examples.
Get to the
For today's
answer.
discussion are centered on women, children, and family, environment, human rights and border security, the gender cult, and equity.
I think this, the fact that this is what they're focusing on already says a lot.
I think it would be incredibly helpful.
I'd be happy to, absolutely. The 5 topic areas for today's discussion are centered on women, children, and family, environment, human rights and border security, the gender cult, and equity.
So it's going to be something like abortion rights, family-friendly stuff, like anything. When the right says family-friendly or family values, what they mean is anything to do with acceptance or recognition of homosexuality. And anything that has to do with same thing with children, like accepting that your child is gay, for example. We're going to confirm that this is what direction they go, but it's going to be like abortion, and it's going to be LGBT-related stuff here. Environment, we know what their position is. Their position is drill, baby, drill, and no to electric cars, no to basically any kind of renewable solutions, obviously no to degrowth, and the climate change is a Chinese hoax to weaken the West, of course. Human rights and border security. Well, it's easy. They're literally against human rights in every way that matters, except for some specific white people. And border security is mass deportation and no immigration whatsoever. The gender cult is we would like to completely get rid of any kind of support for trans people, any kind of recognition for anything that isn't straight and cis, and any kind of even option as adults for them to transition in any way or for them to use bathrooms of their choice in any way. And of course, stuff like, but they probably won't mention anything to do with workplace discrimination, but the idea of including anti-trans discrimination in any protection for example, if you're fired for being trans or anything like that, that would never happen under a Republican administration. And equity basically means I mean it's the meme is the Jordan Peterson. I mean, Jordan Peterson didn't come up with this, but he popularized it a lot. The difference between equality of opportunity and equality of outcomes. What people mean, what right-wingers mean when they talk about equality of opportunity, what they're saying is the billionaire's child is starting from the same place as the black kid who grew up in a ghetto, because they both had the opportunity of going to school, and they both had the opportunity of starting a business. And anything that goes further than that, anything that tries to address what they would not recognize as actual differences, but what reasonable people see as very different opportunities, any attempt to address that is trying to impose equality of outcome, according to conservatives. So let's see how far we go with that.
The first topic, women, children, and family. I worked on international issues and very closely followed the language presented at the United Nations. And I saw up close and personal how this indeed is true. Language is used to control culture. I'll never forget a conversation I had with the chief of staff at USAID. We are trying to provide alternative language for the highly controversial phrase comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE, which at the United Nations had come to mean not just typical sex education, but instead had been morphed into teaching and normalizing sex at very early ages, even as young as preschool, and for girls who became pregnant, that abortion was a preferable method of birth control. Back to the conversation with the chief of staff. He suggested several alternatives, but each time I told him that, unfortunately,
like I said, abortion. They don't want abortions even for teen pregnancies. And of course, the idea that they're like normalizing sex as early as preschool, complete ridiculous bullshit. But yeah, they want to force teens to have children if they get pregnant. And they don't want teens to have any kind of sex ed, which we know results in more teen pregnancy. Every single place where that happens. They don't want abortion for incest. Yeah, exactly.
His recommended edit was also interpreted as CSE. Frustrated, he vented, "They have literally co-opted the English language." And it was at that moment that I realized that the progressive left is controlling the language, redefining definitions, and by doing so, are ruling the world. On a positive note, despite all the angst that we did succeed on that negotiation. govt published an article with the headline, "No Mention of Reproductive Rights in Declarations out of G7 Development Ministerial." You can read more about this in the course materials section.
Yeah, because they don't want recommended right. They don't want reproductive rights.
Article with angst that we did succeed on that negotiation. govt published an article with the headline, "No Mention of Reproductive Rights in Declarations out of G7 Development Ministerial." You can read more about this in the course materials section. Now, let's talk about the word abortion. The left got very creative years ago and started using different words to make abortion sound a little less like murder. For example, sexual and reproductive health, reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive health services, reproductive health services, sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive health and rights. All of these include abortion. For years, we knew that the terms above that I just mentioned had...
Yes. Reproductive rights include abortions. Yes, that is what reproductive rights are.
Been used and that they were code for abortion. The left and the career bureaucrats at state and USAID told us, oh, no. But then when I was negotiating with Canada for the G7 Development Ministerial, I said, well, can we just use these terms and add that does not include abortion? And their response was telling. They said,
that does not, yeah, they do not want to include abortion.
But it does include abortion. Even with that admission, I had a difficult time convincing political appointees that these terms were co-opted. Another example hits closer to home and highlights how imperative it is for political appointees to ensure definitions are correct and explicitly followed. 3 days after President Trump took office on January 20th, 2017, he issued a presidential memorandum regarding the Mexico City policy. This became known as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, or the expanded Mexico City policy. When I arrived at USAID in June 2017, I was the first political appointee in a bureau outside the front office and the sixth political appointee in the building. Despite President Trump issuing a presidential memorandum at the very onset of his administration to immediately change course and to protect life, even months later, his guidance was ignored. I remember hearing careers refer to this policy and even seeing documents that referred to it as the global gag order. I immediately told the career staff that we do not refer to it as the global gag order, but instead appropriately as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance policy.
I just want to be clear here. These are the people who are talking about Orwellian language, who are calling out Orwellian language on the left. And what they call the left, of course, is like, we're not even talking about pro-trans activists. We're just talking about the consensus of Western governments at the time, which is a very moderate position on a bunch of these issues. They're calling out Orwellian language by them, while then saying that their refusal to include anything talking about abortion in any of their publications is the protecting life and global health assistance policy.
To some, it may seem inconsequential, but it actually was completely undermining the president and the American people who had elected President Trump. So opposed to this policy change, the left actually started a new organization and an international movement called She Decides, which invited NGOs and other foreign governments to join and actively promote abortion services and advocacy.
Yeah, what the horror of women deciding what to do with their bodies.
Essentially joining together to try to counter what the Trump administration was doing to protect life. Language matters.
Bethany, it's
Protect life, they say, as they have since implemented policies, or rather destroyed the things that that prevented women to be forced to give birth in life-threatening pregnancies. You owe us to stay pregnant because we elected Trump. Yeah, and like the whole idea of like protecting life, when now there are women who are forced, when they come in the middle of a miscarriage, they go to the hospital, and the hospital, the doctors at the hospital go, sorry, your miscarriage isn't advanced enough for us to do anything about you, and your life isn't threatened enough for us to do anything to help you. So you need to go home, or at least like just leave the hospital premises, go in the parking lot, and come back when your life is at risk, and then we can help you. And they call that protecting life.
incredible how the left is able to make killing children and babies a pro movement. I mean, their narrative is just incredible and so opposite of what the reality of the situation is. We see that also with environment, right? So I remember when I was in school, in elementary school, we were taught that we were all going to be frozen over by an ice age. And of course, this was terrifying. And then in the 80s, it was acid rain. We were all going to die from the acid rain. And then it moved to global warming, which I think, you know, most of the people watching this tape will remember.
Acid rain stopped because we did something about it. It didn't miraculously go away just because it was fear-mongering and it's not there's no mystery as to why acid rain isn't a thing anymore. It's because we did something about it.
That was during the Obama administration.
Like, same with the hole in the ozone layer. We did massive things to address that, and now we don't need to talk about the hole. Like, the hole in the ozone layer is still there, but we did what we could and we actually took action. So we don't need to raise alarm about it anymore because it's been dealt with, unlike climate change. Because of people like this, of course. Like, do you think if people like this had been in power, like, acid rain would still be an issue? The hole in the ozone layer would be so fucked at the moment. Janine Jaleva, who let the diversity hire speak. We need to stop being so efficient at stopping impending disasters. Well, kind of, yeah. Obviously not, but so the frustrating thing is, like, if we don't do anything about climate change and it happens and, like, we do suffer disastrous consequences in a few years, there is never going to be any kind of recognition from these people that they were wrong. Of course not. And if we do something about it and we avoid the problem, then they're going to say, see? Like the frustrating thing is, if we take drastic action, that drastic action is going to have an impact on the economy in a lot of ways. Like, we're going to have to reinvest we're going to have to divest from a lot of things that are very profitable and invest in a lot of things that are not going to be profitable for a long time. And that's going to have an impact. And it's going to take a very long time to like, for that impact to disappear. So if we did do that and we avoided the worst parts of climate change because of it, what people like this would be able to say is, see, it wasn't worth fear-mongering about, and they destroyed the economy for nothing. Like, there is no winning scenario, unfortunately, which is why this is such a difficult problem to deal with. And they recently shifted to, well, climate change is man-made, but maybe climate change is a good thing. Yeah, and the funniest one was Ben Shapiro saying, well, sea level rise isn't that big of an issue because if you have beachfront property, just sell your house and move. As a lot of people pointed out, like, sell it to who? Aquaman? Like, Namor the Submariner? I don't know.
Yes. And then science comes along and disproves the global warming theory in large part, and we
Let me play that again.
And then science comes along and disproves the global warming theory in large part.
I'm just going to move on.
And we have one of the most frigid winters ever known. And then the next thing you know, they're calling it climate change. Now, I always understood that climate change meant seasons. Our climate does change all the time. But of course, that's not what's meant by the left. What do you think about all of about the left's words and definitions in the environment?
I don't even. So I tend to assume good faith on people to some extent. Like, when I'm dealing with right-wing people and with far-right people, I at least try to start from the position of, yeah, we disagree, but, like, they do genuinely believe these things. It's so hard for me to believe that women who are able to string a sentence together and were smart enough to work in government, even though, like, Trump administration standards for, like, who is smart enough to work in government, I'm sure were quite low. But it's so hard for me to believe that anyone with, like, half a functioning brain at this point can pretend not to know what climate change means, or, like, all of these things that she just said. That's the thing that baffles me, is, like, this has to be death cult level stuff. Like, this has to be just pure. Yeah, I honestly, I do think that to some extent, for a lot of conservatives, even some of the smarter conservatives, a lot of it is, it doesn't matter because if we usher the end times, we all go to heaven anyway. I do think that a lot of the more religious conservative movement does not care. Even if they understand the science, they don't care, because, like, this level of, it's one thing to be, like, educated on climate change and to want to, like, argue around the edges of, you know, oh yeah, but this climate model doesn't account for this and maybe that thing, and, you know, like, there are small things that you can maybe argue on, or saying, like, again, like, there are, like, nuances that you can go into, but pretending like the word was changed to climate change because it's all a hoax, basically, I cannot believe for a second that these women actually think that. I just think that they don't give a shit. Yeah, exactly, Tryon. Like, don't tell them that global warming is the reason Texas froze over 2 years running. Like, what's happening in Texas is a great example of how this is a death cult, because they literally divested from renewable energy, and now they're having major power outages every winter because they don't have the infrastructure to deal with how the climate is changing. That's an internal training video. Why would they lie? Because this is, like, the talking points. These are the marching orders. Like, this is the position that we are going to have moving forward. I don't even, yeah, it's just, so the thing is, you see this in a lot of things where there's, it's cognitive dissonance 101. It's, there's not always a big difference between being a true believer in something and grifting about something. Like, even if you're smart enough to know, like, say, someone like, what's his name? Jackson Hinkle. I think Jackson Hinkle knew he was lying early on when he took the side of Russia. But with enough money and enough validation from, and enough success and fame from having taken those positions, at this point he's probably in a bubble that has actually convinced him that his ridiculous, crazy grifter positions are true. And I think he knows that they're not to some level, but it's very easy when you're in a certain position to kind of ignore that knowledge and pretend that you actually believe what you're saying.
Great point, Katie. They don't stop. Climate change, allegedly, is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence community, the #1 threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to, as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about the people who
What? When I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control. No, when I think of climate change, I think of the many houses that we've seen fall into the sea in recent years. Like, I've seen, like, at least 2 or 3 videos in recent weeks of the ground under house, like, eroding away and the house falling into the ocean. Or I think of the many increasingly devastating hurricanes that are happening. And the fact that now Europe is starting to have, like, when I was a child, the idea that Europe, like, storms in Europe have names was not a thing, because no storm was, like, that big of a deal. And if there was a storm, it didn't need to have a name, because it was just like, oh, the storm of that year. And now every storm season, we have, like, 2 or 3 storms that are starting to be big enough to have a name, yeah. Cynthia was a deal. When was Cynthia? Storm Cynthia. Yeah, in 2010. Since when do European storms have names? Weird that Cynthia's named here. Wait, where was Cynthia? Okay, yeah. The first European windstorm to be named was Abigail in 2015. I guess Cynthia wasn't a windstorm, it was a cyclone. Introduced a storm naming system in 2013. But yeah, these are definitely new things. Like hurricanes in the US have been named since as long as I've been alive. But this is from the last 15 years. That's what I think of when I think of climate change. I don't think of population control. I don't think of, I don't know, stuff like Soylent Green. When I think population control, that's what I think of. I don't think climate change. I think, we're nowhere near the point where any government is doing anything that has anything to do with population control.
When I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not everyone will make that connection, but after...
Okay, but if we turn these two in Soylent Green, would it be that bad? I'm sorry, I wouldn't eat that.
Spending time
maybe
in the international space.
Yeah, this is getting TOS. I can't go further with that thought, but I see your point, let's say. And I don't disagree with Jeff W on that.
Trying to protect life, I can tell you that this is part of their ultimate goal, to control people. Let me share a personal example of how the left seeks to permeate every dimension of life through their skewed terminology and definition. When I arrived at USAID, I had a career employee ask me how many children I had. I thought it was a bit odd of a question, but to be kind, I answered, and I said I had 3 children.
What? Like, oh, when I started my new job, I was like having water cooler conversation with a colleague, and they asked how many children I had. Is that not like is that not the most normal conversation to have? Like your just casual small talk?
And he actually said to me, "Oh wow, 1.5 too many for the environment." I smiled and I said very politely, if I could have 10 more children, I would. The policy book captures the essence of
every part of this is just ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, and these comments are like from the people who demand to know your genitals, as Janine is saying, like batshit stuff. Yeah, completely. Like the small talk is an odd thing, is an odd comment, but these people want to check what's in your pants before you go to the bathroom.
climate change. And I quote,
yeah, like the UGDPY, that totally happened like that. LMAO. Yeah, I'm sure this woman's recounting of water cooler small talk at the office totally happened exactly the way she's presenting it.
In the name of combating climate change, policies have been used to create an artificial energy scarcity that will require trillions of dollars in new investment, supported with taxpayer subsidies to address a problem that government and special interests themselves have created. Page 364, end of quote. Population growth, environmental changes, and weather patterns have all been intertwined by the left. They take or even make up a term and create, extend, and alter the definition to validate whatever ideology or position they want to ingrain and convince others is good, when in reality it's not. Often, as you just heard, they are simply not coherent or logical. Remember, our intelligence community identified climate change as the #1 threat to America. So even if you do not work at the Department of Energy, no matter where you work, because of the Biden administration...
The only not coherent or logical thing that I've seen so far are coming from these people, not the other way around.
...executive orders and policy priorities...
Yeah, every single sentence is a self-report.
...to look for climate change language and get rid of it.
Bethany, when you were talking about how the left has co-opted so many words and weaponized so many words when it comes to abortion, and that's something that political appointees in the next administration are going to have to really look at, this idea that it's a right. There's many phrases that included rights. This idea that the government has many phrases that include rights is a big problem that we need to deal with. So many words when it comes to abortion, and that's something that political appointees in the next administration are going to have to really look at, this idea that it's a right. There's many phrases that included rights. Is there other places where rights are used as a catch-all and it means... Is there other places where the government talks about your rights? This is amazing. In something else?
Katie, that's a great question. And in fact, #3 is human rights. Human rights in borders.
Oh, Jesus. And #3 is human rights. We need to get rid of that one too. We need to get rid of abortion rights, all mention of rights in many phrases, and human rights, because holy shit, if the government acknowledges any of these rights, what are we gonna do about that? This is amazing. I think we kind of we've reached peak fascism at this point, honestly. Jeff W., on every level, they seem like like people to run away from. I wouldn't even want to chat with them at the checkout counter in the local supermarket. Whatever you do not ask them how many children they have. Maybe they're so fixated on the rights that they forgot the lefts. It's so scary that they want to put people like this in charge of anything. Yep. No, yeah, I think try and hit the nail on the head. This is not a training video. This is a Seinfeld. This is an old Seinfeld clip. This is an old Seinfeld episode. It honestly, with how they're dressed, it almost looks like it.
Security. So rights, rights, rights. The left is always coming up with new rights. In the Trump...
Yeah. I love this section of this video so good. Like this so much. The idea that it's a bad thing for the government to talk about rights is such an insane level of self-report that I can't even. Trump
administration, we countered human rights with unalienable rights. The careers went absolutely crazy at USAID. But thankfully, President Trump had established a commission on unalienable rights at the State Department, and we would just point back to the commission. Sadly, our founding documents were not sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. The Department of State's Commission on Unalienable Rights was charged with providing the U.S. government with advice on human rights grounded in our nation's founding principles and the principles of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, I'm going to turn over border security to you, Katie.
Wait, what?
Sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. State Department, and we would just point back to the commission. Sadly, our founding documents were not sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. The Department of State's Commission on Unalienable Rights was charged with providing the U.S. government with advice on human rights grounded in our nation's founding principles and the principles of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, I'm going to turn over border security to you, Katie, as it deals with legalese.
And we all know that border security is a major issue, and the differences between a conservative presidency and administration and the current administration couldn't be more stark than in this area. So getting the words very precise and correct is crucial. The left has co-opted language and definitions as it relates to immigration. Illegal immigration is one of the most devastating challenges America faces today, particularly when you factor in all of the secondary costs and effects.
Let me just check something. Asylum rights. A right to asylum. Where did that come from? There you go. The right of asylum is enshrined by the United Nations in Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. So they're complaining that, like, they're arguing about how the government should only recognize the rights that are enshrined in the nation's founding documents and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948. And then they immediately go on to immigration, where they're going to complain about all the people seeking asylum and all the people claiming to be refugees, which is a right enshrined in the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. But they don't care about that because they don't care about the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. I don't even know why they brought up the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights as a thing that supposedly the US should respect, because apparently, like, they're going to spend the next, I don't know how many minutes, saying that we shouldn't recognize asylum rights which are enshrined in that document.
Of illegal immigration, including illicit drug and human trafficking. The left knows the American people oppose illegal immigration and understands its effects. So they have spent years using language designed to both conflate illegal immigration and legal immigration, the latter of which most Americans support, and soften the idea that illegal immigration is, in fact, illegal. It is a good bet that the left has focused group-tested the language it uses to cover up the horrors of illegal immigration. For example, when describing illegal immigration, the left likes to use words and phrases like undocumented immigrants and migrants. These terms are designed to sound softer and take the edge off the fact that these people are illegally in the United States. It is important to note that they specifically avoid using the word alien, which is the terminology used in federal law. To be clear, alien is not a negative or pejorative term. It is a legal term of art. It simply means that an individual is not a citizen of a particular country. Language matters here for a lot of reasons, but primarily because citizens of the United States have rights that others, including foreign nationals who are illegally on our soil, do not. If I had to guess, I would say that the left's attempt to wash away the term alien stems from their disdain of actual law, since they want to avoid discussion.
And also because it sounds kind of really weird in modern speak. Like, it sounds very strange to be talking about aliens in today's world. Yes, maybe that was the normal term back then when those laws were written, but we aren't back then anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure you can find other words that we don't use anymore, like variants of the N-word in older laws. That doesn't mean that we should still be using those words.
Of what federal immigration law actually requires, which is everything they refuse to do, and their interest in washing away the overall value of citizenship. Remember, citizenship places a focus on nationality and sovereignty. The left has bought into the globalist vision of a borderless world, and their language choices reflect that. The left loves to say that illegal aliens are undocumented. Not only is that terminology not used anywhere in federal law, but it is clearly designed to soften the concept of illegality by making it seem like it's just a technicality. In other words, if you are undocumented, it makes it sound like you can be here legally, but you're missing a few pieces of bureaucratic paperwork. That is simply not the case. If an alien has not gone through the appropriate process for obtaining a visa to enter the United States or otherwise followed United States law to enter the United States, they are illegally here.
Except most of the people, like, I don't know if most, but a huge part of the people who are coming here are following the procedure of asking for asylum, which is you enter and you ask for asylum, and then you're given a date for, like, follow-up appointments and all of that. And these people want to get rid of that.
Period. Hard stop. Calling illegal aliens undocumented immigrants is the intellectual equivalent of calling someone who breaks into your house in the middle of the night an undocumented homeowner. It is inaccurate, and it is designed to be inaccurate. The term migrants or migration are just as deceptive. The left likes to use migrants and migration, not only because it sounds gentle.
Yeah, migration is a made-up word. Like humans haven't migrated throughout history, at all points in history, all the time, everywhere. It's not a word. It's not a thing.
But it also creates confusion. When people hear these terms, they know deep down that migration is seasonal and circular. They think of birds or butterflies. They fly south, they fly north, and so on. And historically, we have had foreign nationals come into the United States for seasonal or agricultural work and then return to their home countries. It would be reasonable and accurate to refer to those individuals.
I mean, those types of migrants are people who are illegally exploited by farm owners in the South. It's funny that those are the people that they're fine with. Like, seasonal migration is one type of migration, you moron. And like, the seasonal migration that she's defending is essentially the closest thing that the US has to slavery at the moment. Well, they still have legal slavery for prisoners. But what she's essentially kind of defending here is the practice of hiring undocumented immigrants because they don't have the same worker rights as legal residents, and therefore they can be exploited by farm owners.
Individuals as migrant workers because they ultimately return home. But make no mistake, the current mass illegal immigration we are seeing as a result of the Biden administration's intentional actions is not migration, and these people are not migrants. It is an orchestrated invasion being led by the Biden administration.
Jesus.
In conjunction with the Mexican cartels. The bottom line is,
the Biden administration is working with the Mexican cartels, of course.
Lose political fights based on language. If you let the other side of the debate set the terms of the debate, you've already lost. In the context
of they haven't even. I think they were smart enough to avoid they mentioned undocumented immigrants. They mentioned migration. They didn't mention asylum rights, even though the people who are fleeing the cartels, that is what they're doing. Like, they're fleeing the cartels because, and they're seeking asylum because they're fleeing the cartels. And this is definitely intentional, because now she's talking about how the Biden administration is doing this in conjunction with the cartels. But they can't mention asylum rights because that is enshrined in the Human Rights Declaration of 1948 that they did validate earlier in the video. So they can't now pretend like asylum is a problem. So they rather ignore the issue entirely, and they then go on to paint it as an invasion, which is just this close to replacement theory kind of rhetoric. Yeah.
Of immigration specifically, we have to start using more accurate language to describe what is going on.
Okay, let's see what the more accurate language is.
And pegging our language to existing law. If we can take back the language here and elsewhere, we will win more of these fights. So Bethany, I mean, these are some great examples. And another one that comes to my mind that has been completely co-opted by the left is gender. And
okay, they're not going to give more accurate language. Guys, I'm gonna stop it here because I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna sit through this version's, like this these women's version of the what is a woman non-conversation. I can't do it anymore. We've gone through it. I think we've put ourselves through enough so far. We're 25 minutes into the video. We've gone through half, and I'm sorry, but I can't do more than that. What I do want to do is let me find something else that is worth watching relevant to Project 2025. Okay, let's go with this.
Thank you, Ed, for that really wonderful and dynamic introduction.
So this is Trump in 2022 speaking at the Heritage Foundation, which is the think tank that made Project 20 that has been preparing Project 2025. And there's a couple of specific quotes I'm looking for here, but we'll see what happens. We'll listen to the whole thing.
And because of Ed, I hear they had to make this room a lot larger quickly. So that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And devotion to our country has really been spectacular. We appreciate it very much. I'd like to begin by providing a quick update on our economy. I don't think too many people in this room will be upset, but the stock market hit today.
This was in 2022, so to be clear, he was not president at the time of this speech, even though it sounds like it.
That's an all-time record high, so congratulations to everybody in our country. It's an incredible honor to be here tonight to celebrate this really wonderful foundation. Just a few months from now, you will mark the 45th anniversary of this esteemed institution. For nearly a half a century, you have been titans in the fight to defend, promote, and preserve our great American heritage. Few people have worked harder to protect this heritage than Ed Meese, a fearless defender of our Constitution. Where is Ed? Where is Ed? Thank you, Ed. And Mrs. Meese, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move forward.
I also want to express my deep appreciation to the great Steve Moore, who is with us tonight. Steve, where is Steve?
Okay, thank yous. Can we...
Including Senator Joni Ernst. I want to express our gratitude to Kay James, Bill Walton,
You know what?
and the dedicated scholars and staff at the Heritage Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Everyone here tonight understands a core truth, that for America to have confidence in our future, we must have pride in our history. As Americans, we have inherited a special legacy of freedom, culture, laws, traditions, and values. Your organization is named the Heritage Foundation because you understand that our glorious heritage is the foundation of everything we hope to achieve. You understand that human progress must be built upon a firm foundation of timeless truths. These truths are immortalized in our founding documents. And the most important truth our founders understood was this: freedom is not a gift from government. Freedom is a gift from God. And that is why we're here tonight, to rededicate ourselves to the defense of our God-given rights.
Okay, I'm not finding the quote. Wait a second. No, this is in 2017. My bad. I was looking for one in 2022. What the fuck? Where did I see this was in 2022? Maybe this? Okay.
We are in the process of the Second American.
Nope. I might have issues playing this video, so
There's this legendary institution, which is what it is, has been at the forefront of the conservative movement, helping lead the fight to defend our cherished American history, culture, and traditions. Our country is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as Heritage is to lay the groundwork, and Heritage does such an incredible job at that. Encourage new thinking, embrace new directions, and keep Heritage at the vanguard of the conservative movement. I think tremendous things are going to be coming out of Heritage. Each of you here tonight, I ask you to think big, dream bigger, aim higher, get ready to work. I know how wealthy the people in this room are, so start shelling out to Heritage.
So that is not at all the important quotes from that speech. Those are useless. Those are not at all the quotes that I heard. Was it this? They not have the quotes? I've seen the quotes elsewhere. What the fuck? There were quotes from a speech at the Heritage Foundation where Trump was specifically acknowledging that the Heritage Foundation was working tirelessly to prepare the transition to the next Trump government or something like that. And I can't find that quote anymore. But when he says he doesn't know, like has nothing to do with Project 2025, he doesn't support it, he's spoken at the Heritage Foundation recognizing what they were doing there, and that was while they were, like, that was recently after he lost in 2020, and recognizing their work to prepare for the next administration. He was acknowledging Project 2025 in that speech. I don't know why CNN would cut those moments. Anyway. Cats disagree. The cats disapprove of my inability to find those quotes. What do you think of Project 2025? What do you think? You know what a woman is? Gonna feed them, and then we'll get back to more fun stuff. The funniest one that I've seen recently was someone confronting Charlie Kirk about, I don't remember exactly what the question was, and Charlie Kirk didn't know what to answer. So instead he just goes, yeah, well, what is a woman? And then he walks off, and the guy's like baffled at that being the ultimate own from conservatives, apparently. Like, oh yeah, Trump wants to overthrow the government. Yeah? Well, what is a woman? Baby. Was it at the I think it's this.
Because we have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? You said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
Relax.
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
Oh my God. That is so f***ing weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one. Because we have a Republican...
It is so incredibly weird that that's their go-to thing. It's so funny that they don't have anything other, like they don't have anything else they can answer than literally just derailing every conversation with that. Kirk then answered, I have a wife. I don't even... Yeah, they're not beating the weird allegations, I'm sorry. There was a rant by... What's that streamer's name? Asmongold. That I wanted to react to. I don't know if I would find the specific clip, so maybe we're just gonna skip it. Maybe it's on Twitter? Okay, I have a Destiny moment of him reacting to that, but eh. I guess that's the best. The next best thing is seeing the clip through another streamer, but yeah, I can't find the original clip.
Oh yeah, he tried that again. I bet he did.
I think it's this.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, he tried that again. I bet he did. People are fucking exhausted. So they were right. They were right, but not at the right time. That's the problem. Is if you constantly say something's gonna happen.
Is there a way to just watch this moment in the thing? 12140. That's the Twitch moment. Whatever.
Eventually, when it happens, people are going to be fatigued from hearing it for so long.
It was over the course of one presidency.
before it happened that they're not going to take it seriously. That's what happens. So if you're not direct and honest about things, and you constantly exaggerate everything, and you turn everything into a hyperbole, people train themselves to take you less seriously. So when a problem actually happens, and an issue legitimately occurs, that it's not taken seriously because there's been so much other escalation. So you have people that are actual fucking Nazis, that are talking about legitimate Nazi stuff, and people are like, oh yeah, they said Kanye West was a Nazi. Oh yeah, they say these people are Nazis. But so the water gets...
So when Kanye West actually does Nazi propaganda shit, when he's actually furthering Nazi talking points, when he's preparing to do a run for president, having meetings with Nazis, it's still over the line to call him a Nazi. Because, like, that's ridiculous and alarmist, apparently.
So muddy.
Because apparently, like, Nazis just pop out of existence. They just, like, materialize out of thin air without any kind of warning signs, without a broader cultural movement that validates their thinking. That's like there's nothing to talk about there. We can't like point out when something is drifting towards Nazism, according to this guy.
That you can't have any conversation about it. It's the same thing as somebody saying, oh, well, you can't have any type of price regulations, or that's just communism. We have a million fucking... They're escalating everything to such a massive fucking degree of rhetoric. And guess what? It seems that way. Yeah, and it's coming. That's not the way it works. Is America communist? I wouldn't fucking say so. So yes. It's crazy. Millions of language in the world just speak facts. Yes. Then they were right, so we should just ignore it since they spoke too soon. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
We should ignore the people who warned about Trump's fascistic tendencies because they spoke too soon, apparently. It's just, I'm getting to a point here,
so
but
they were
yeah.
right. Yes, if you say something, if you say it's raining today, and you go outside and it's not raining, then you were wrong.
No, but if you're saying, hey, it looks like it's going to rain, you should maybe plan for an umbrella because it really looks like it's about to rain, that is not alarmism. That is, hey, these are the warning signs.
You can't say, I think this person's going to do something, and then say, oh, they're doing this, it's not happening, and then when it does happen, expect everybody to take it seriously.
I look forward to having asthma.
Of a trend. Okay, let's be in the hot. You say somebody's trying to go to start for a week.
No. Do you see what I'm saying with this? Do you see where I'm coming from? What is failing instances? Exactly. It's nuts. You see where I'm coming from with this? Like, I don't want to like, because there's more to this too. Like, it's a boy who cried wolf logic. Yeah, it's so obvious. How is January 6th the point? Trump did so many bad things to make everything meaningless. What I'm saying is that I think that people, I don't know, we type something. But to me, it's points on a line. They foreshadowed it, but it's yes. It is. But when you exaggerate the points on a line to be worse than what they are, you train people to take you less seriously. That's what happens.
Like he's...
And I'm telling you, this is what happens.
Like he's true in concept and in...
And why it is something that for hundreds, if not thousands of...
There you go.
There is a reason why The Boy Who Cried Wolf is such a popular fucking story. There's a reason why it is something that for hundreds, if not thousands of years, people have repeated. It's because...
So the thing is, his argument is that this is a Boy Who Cried Wolf situation. The logic of the Boy Who Cried Wolf story is the boy invented, like, it was basically a hoax. He was basically making things up. And then when he just happened to actually be attacked by a wolf, no one listened to him. Like, by coincidence, he ended up being attacked by a wolf, and at that point, no one listened to him. So the only way that logic applies to the situation today is if the people who've been pointing out Trump's fascistic tendencies for literally since 2016, based on very weird, very real and very tangible parallels to like early Nazi rhetoric or just like plain textbook fascist talking points since the start. Like, the fascists didn't pop out of nowhere and immediately, like, snap democracy out of existence. They dismantled it slowly. And what people have been pointing out is Trump is doing the early stages of that, which he's been trying to do, and the only moment where it's useful to warn about that is in the early stages. And the only way in which the boy who cries wolf metaphor applies to here is to say, yeah, they were right too early, but they were only right completely by coincidence, because they were just like being alarmist and ridiculous, and they made everything up, and Trump wasn't a fascist, and then he was. And now we need to be alarmists about it. No. Trump has been a fascist all along, and it's completely valid to see the warning signs and warn about them, because that's the only moment when it's worth doing. And if, like, let's imagine the boy who cried wolf story was, instead of it being the boy making things up and then he actually gets attacked by a wolf, it's the boy warning about actual tangible signs of a wolf being in the area, and actual like warning signs that maybe the wolf is tracking him or something, and then he gets attacked and no one listens to them. If that was the case, the actual conclusion of that story wouldn't be, oh, don't cry wolf ahead of time. It would be, hey, listen to the people who are warning you about the signs, because when it actually happens, it's too late. Like, it actually matters. Like, if the boy who cried wolf metaphor applied to this situation, the takeaway from that story would be exactly the reverse of what the takeaway from the boy who cried wolf story actually is. So this is like, the logic here is completely off. Like, it just doesn't apply to the situation with people warning about Trump's fascism. Another warning sign in Texas. Let's have a look at that. Texas AG raids homes of Latino civil rights groups members, setting up a voting rights shutdown. Well, there you go. What I've been talking about earlier of Trump slowly putting into place the infrastructure to challenge the election results when he loses. What's Cassandra? The Cassandra story? What am I looking for here? To play devil's advocate, what about reasonable doubt? It's fine to have, like... It's fine to be skeptical of these claims, but when people keep pointing out, like, very clear parallels, honestly, the warning signs for Trump were there way ahead of January 6th, and even after January 6th, people on the right are still being dismissive of them. She predicted the fall of Troy, and nobody believed her. She is cursed with accurate prophecies of disasters, but no one will ever... Yeah, that is literally exactly it. That is exactly the real situation that we're seeing right now. Honestly, it's kind of like when I was saying, look, I don't like stuff like... What were the very, like, the kind of far left talk, like, phrases like, it's not liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism that I'm thinking of, because that one I do think is actually really kind of ridiculous, but it's the... Fuck, what am I thinking of? I did multiple shorts about this. There's an expression. It's like less extreme, like it's less bombastic than liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism, but it's something similar about how liberalism enables fascism. Oh yeah, it's scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. That's the one I'm thinking of. I don't like those phrases, but honestly, there's nothing more radicalized. I've seen nothing that has radicalized me more than Macron's basically siding with the National Rally over the left. Like, that to me is like, I've been disagreeing with those kind of phrases from leftists for a long time and going like, I think that goes a little bit too far. I think it pushes away people who could be allies, because a lot of people identify with the word liberal, and when you're saying, well, if you're liberal, you're basically a fascist, that kind of rhetoric, I think, maybe doesn't turn people into fascists, but at least it makes them not want to work with leftists. And I don't really like that, just in terms of wanting to convince people. I think it's a bad way of doing it. But then you see the way Macron has behaved since June, and you go like, oh, yeah, maybe they have a point. And there's Darmanin, who was right there. Like, Darmanin is Macron's justice minister, interior minister. I can't remember. Darmanin is the interior minister, yeah. In charge of police and all of that. And has a very troubled past as an extremely far-right person who's been involved in extremely far-right groups, further right than the National Rally. The reason I mention is because it's happening in my home country. Citrus, don't you... Do you mind saying which country that is? Because isn't that happening in the... Because it's very much happening in the Netherlands as well, where the center-right Mark Rutte government very, very, very much enabled the far-right. Okay, there you go. Well, so yeah, that entirely applies to the Netherlands. And I don't know enough about the situation in Portugal since the last election. But, you know, like the way VVD in the Netherlands, which is the party of Mark Rutte, the center-right party that was in charge until the last election for like 16 years, the way they've validated every talking point of PVV about immigration, and the way they've used immigrants to scapegoats for every problem that their mismanagement of government was causing. Stuff like the housing crisis. Oh, it's all the fault of the immigrants because there's too many immigrants in the country, even though, no, that is just like mismanagement of housing policy. Same with social services, same with healthcare, all of those things. VVD was constantly scapegoating immigrants, and then we're surprised that all of a sudden the anti-immigrant party is super, super popular. Because center-right liberals, at the very least, like the most charitable way you can say this is they have a very strong tendency to enable fascists. And I really want to find the kind of language that can take people who are kind of like on the brink of that and go and kind of like wake them up to what they're doing, basically. I don't know if there is such language. Like, I used to think when I was younger that I used to like very strongly believe in the power of language and the power of like being able to convince people. And I used to think as a child or as a teenager that the right combination of words could make anyone, like, you can, with the perfect combination of words, you can make anyone do anything, basically. And when it comes to, hey, just at least don't side with fascists. I wish we could find what the combination of words would be to make people realize that that's what they're doing. And at this point, I'm not even sure there is such a thing. Because I see it in people around me who were like radicalized by stuff like the stabbing that happened on Friday in Solingen. In Solingen, I think it's pronounced in German, in Western Germany, when they don't realize that the reason that is radicalizing them is not because of that one attack, it's because every time there's an attack like that, it's played on a loop in the media for days on end. Like, in a big enough country, there's going to be attacks and stabbings and murders and whatever every once in a while. And Western Europe is incredibly safe. Like, Europe in general is incredibly safe compared to the rest of the world on average today. And compared to the average of human history. But when you have far-right funded media who are playing on a loop specifically the instances of violence that are committed by immigrants, that radicalizes a huge chunk of centrist people into thinking that immigrants are the problem, when the reality is what we've achieved as Europeans in recent years is one of the best places to be alive in the history of humanity, and we're doing that while respecting the human rights of people who are fleeing war and famine and exploitation and dictatorships and a bunch of other things. And yeah, sometimes people who come here don't have the best values, and that sucks. But that's what, like, society does. It finds the better values in people, basically. And like, to just go, oh, so one asylum seeker stabbed people, therefore we need to overhaul the entire immigration system, and we need to stop respecting human rights and asylum rights because of that, is insane, especially when we don't do that when it's Europeans who are attacking other people. When neo-Nazis just randomly attack foreigners, it barely makes the news. Like, there's like one article and then we forget about it because it's not played on a loop on conservative media every day. And that's just the situation we're in, and the situation of what we constantly need to fight. And it's the same thing with issues like wokeness. They make this into a big deal, and they talk about like, oh, they're transing the children and all of that. Is like, trans people are about 0.5% of the population. This is not even if you want to take the worst possible interpretation of the anti-trans argument, there's no version of this that is a society-threatening thing. Like, I have no problem with trans people, but even if I did, the fact that this is such a tiny sliver of the population, even if I was super transphobic, all I would do is go, hey, we don't need to talk about this because there are barely any trans people around. I happen to think that the very few trans people around should also have their rights respected. But there's no reason to be so alarmed about this, except that making a big deal about it is something that is radicalizing more people because they don't like changes and they don't like, evolving norms and cultural norms, basically. Like, I know a lot of centrist people who have always been kind of like, progressive on a bunch of issues, and then you start to talk about trans rights and they go insane when this doesn't affect them it has nothing to do with them. The worst assault they've had from a trans person in their entire life is that they saw someone who looked like a woman with a beard on TV twice. And that was enough to radicalize them and go, ooh, yeah, but with all those trans people, I have to vote for the far right. Which is exactly why they make such a big deal out of it when it's just not. Like the whole what is a woman thing, so this is the funny thing with, for example, the case of Iman Khalif, the Algerian boxer at the Olympics, is even in the absolute maximalist position of what actually happened. Like the claims by the IBA, the International Boxing Association, which is a discredited, completely, like their reputation is in tatters. They're like, no one cares what they say about anything other than they organize boxing events that a large chunk of the world boycotts because they're incredibly corrupt and incredibly pro-Russia, and have actually meddled in like disqualifying athletes just to favor Russian athletes. And there's a lot of evidence that is at least part of the motivation for what happened when they labeled Iman Khalif as having XY chromosomes. And not only that, but they didn't even ever officially say that Iman Khalif had XY chromosomes, which to me indicates that it's very likely bullshit. Like the fact that they only implied it and maybe suggested it, but it wasn't even an official communication from the organization. It was just the president of the organization that kind of said it to a Russian news agency, but without really being super explicit about it, to me signals that they actually have nothing. Like their test showed nothing at all. They were just fishing for a reason to eliminate these two athletes because those two athletes just happened to have beaten Russian athletes, and they weren't happy about that. And that was blown up into this massive deal at the Olympics because conservatives were just looking for something that that went in their directions. They were looking for a trans woman in sports issue, and they tried to shoehorn this into that, even though it has nothing to do with it. But even if everything the IBA said about Iman Khalif was true, and she does have XY chromosomes, what that would make her is not a trans woman. It doesn't make her a man. At the most, at the absolute maximal, most charitable interpretation towards the IBA's claims, at most, it makes her intersex. And the funny thing is that with the question of what is a woman, conservatives and all of the ones who've like addressed these kinds of questions, like what's the name of the guy who did the What is a Woman documentary? Matt Walsh. Is it? Yes, Matt Walsh. When Matt Walsh tries to address the question of what is a woman, and he's confronted with questions about intersex people, he goes, oh yeah, but those are outliers. The baffling thing is there are more intersex people. There are 3 times more intersex people than there are trans people as a percentage of the population. Trans people are about 0.5% of the population. Intersex people are about 1.7% of the population. So they would just in order, I guess, so Philip, it does depend on how you count it. Because some people would say non-binary people are counted as trans. Other people, like like some people will say like some people confuse, for example, any kind of gender non-conforming as falling under the trans umbrella. So there is some fuzziness to the number. But if we're actually talking about people who transition from one gender to the other, it's less than 1%, or maybe at most is like around 1%. Either way, there are more intersex people than trans people. But just in order to exclude trans people and not recognize their right. Oh, you were talking about intersex. Percentage of intersex people. I've seen 1.7%. Yeah. According to OHCHR, which is okay, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner. But yeah, according to UN stats, intersex people are up to, well, so yeah, it's like at most 1.7%. They will discount a much bigger group of people and pretend they don't exist just so they can deny the rights of the much smaller group of people who they just want to hate and who they're like drumming up hate because it's something that's easy to use to radicalize people. Like all the people who have never thought about this, and to some extent I do include myself into this. Like I grew up, like the people that I interacted with throughout my childhood, throughout my teen years, until like, I don't know, 5 years ago, I had never interacted knowingly with a trans person. 5 years ago, I was already like fairly pro-trans, but when I was like, I don't know, 18, 20, 22, I did not give a shit, and I was probably, if you had had a conversation with me at the time and you had asked me what my thoughts were, I probably would have been fairly transphobic and gone like, oh yeah, but these, I don't even know what I would have said, but like, the point is, for people who've never thought about this, this is a, let's say it can be a distressing conversation, because you're like people who were raised with this idea of the gender binary and with the idea of like with a lot of Western preconceptions on this, and all of a sudden they're told, hey, like this is actually slightly more complicated. For some reason, a lot of people take that very personally. There was actually a really funny meme that I saw about this that perfectly encapsulated it. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, it was this. Like, basic math, you're told that you can't, like the square root of a negative number doesn't exist. And then you do advanced math, and the square root of -1 is I. And basic physics is there's three states of matter. There's a solid, liquid, and gas. And then you go like, oh wait, but there's also plasma, and there's also this, and there's also that. And then you end up with a bunch of different states. Like same thing with like more than 3 dimensions, like 4th dimension and 5th dimension, and then like you have string theory that's way more advanced. But when you start to talk about biology, all of a sudden people lose their minds. Like you start to say, hey, this thing that you thought was simple, actually way more complicated. And philosophically and scientifically speaking, it's not as simple as what we teach in primary school. And it goes against a lot of the things that you have thought for a long time. And maybe it's time to reassess that. And a lot of people take that as a personal attack and take that as an affront to, yeah, but family values. And it's kind of weird. Like, it's kind of weird that we made such, like, for example, the Olympics opening ceremony. That was a major deal over including either trans people or like gender nonconforming or like visibly LGBTQ people in that like supposedly representation of the Last Supper. Like that point is debated. It's kind of a non-point, whether it was the Last Supper or whether it was inspired by a Greek painting that itself was inspired by the Last Supper. The point is, the argument that it's insulting to Christians to include LGBT people in Christian representations makes zero sense unless you think that the people who did that are homophobic and transphobic and LGBT phobic in general. Like, the only way in which this is an insult is if you think that being LGBT is an insult. Queerphobic in general, yeah. The fact that this was done by people who respect LGBT, the LGBT community, and that's why they included the LGBT in the ceremony and in religious iconography that is like just a staple of Western culture in general. Like the Last Supper is a very, very famous painting that everyone knows in European countries, in the US, etc. And the fact that they would go, hey, LGBT people also belong to our society and also belong to our culture, so we're also going to include them in this thing that is pretty central to Western culture, is in no way an insult to that religion and to that culture. And yeah, Da Vinci, famously extremely straight. Like, oh no, the funniest one was because it was supposedly not actually directly inspired by the Last Supper. It was actually inspired by the Dionysus Greek mythology thing, even though that painting is inspired by the Last Supper. And one of my favorite memes was another one that I saw. Yep. Breaking news. We're actually a lot gayer. Greek gods blast offensive opening ceremony for not being gay enough. I'll post both of these memes on Discord if you want. Oh man, if the Greek guy who argued with the Turkish one would hear about this. I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah. Like, it's funny how... I guess the problem that I have with a lot of these things is just how weird it is. Like, how detached conservatives are from any kind of historical perspective. Like, they claim to be conservative, but the only thing that they're conservative of is the last 50 years of culture. It's like what we were saying with, on one hand, it's what we were saying about, kind of the Japanese argument of, I don't know enough about Japanese culture to, like, make these claims, but the caricature would be, if the Japanese had the same arguments as European people, it's like, oh, we don't want immigration because we want to preserve our culture and our history from foreign influence. And it's like we were saying last time, what do you think the samurai would think of panties vending machines that is in Japanese culture now? Like, culture changes no matter what. It's not a thing that you can preserve by keeping it the way it is. And the funny thing is, like, maybe this is me making assumptions based on the few Greek people that I know now, but I get the impression that Greek culture nowadays is super homophobic, even though historically, like, what people try to glorify as Greece being, like, ancient Greece being this foundational thing of Western civilization, and, like, Rome, same thing with, like, the fetishization of Rome by neo-Nazis, is like both of those were incredibly gay. Incredibly gay. And they would be so incredibly pro-trans and so incredibly progressive on all of these things that we have issues with today, like that we are fighting for today. But they hate that argument, so they actually blame gayness for the fall of Rome, which makes zero historical sense. Rome was built by a guy who sucked on wolf tits. That's a slippery slope towards bestiality, man. Dangerous. They were kind of homophobic in a completely different way. Yeah, but, like, again, when people fetishize Roman art or, like, the statues and all of that, what they're really they're not fetishizing, like, an actual genuine understanding of the culture at the time or any kind of interesting analysis of history. What they're fetishizing is modern representations that they've grown up with in the last 50 years. What, like, conservatives are stuck with what culture was like when they were children, and that's what they're trying to preserve. It never goes further back than at most 50 years ago. That's the culture that, like, it's so funny that the culture they're trying to preserve just happens to always be in the last 50 years. And if you start to go further back, or if you start to point out, like, when they make claims that these are, like, universal values, like every society and all of human history has always recognized that a woman is this and that men and women are viewed a certain way. And then you actually ask anthropologists about this, and they go, like, no, here's a list of, like, 20 societies, 20 civilizations that have recognized up to 5 and even more genders. The Western conception of gender, of the binary gender today, is not only very Western-centric, it is also fairly recent. It is, and especially when you try to, like, make it into this weird scientific thing of XY chromosomes, that is definitely recent, because we didn't know about chromosomes until very recently. Like, they found there's skeletons of Vikings that archaeologists initially assumed were men because they were buried with like weapons and kind of the items of respect that usually come with male leadership in Nordic, in like what we assume to be Nordic culture. And then we did analysis of the bones, and it turns out that they were women. And it's like, was that a trans man? Well, the trans is a, like, the way that we conceive of trans today is also a modern thing, but like gender nonconforming behavior has existed throughout human history, and wanting to deny that is just wanting to freeze culture in the way it was 50 years ago. Yeah, crazed out fool. That is very true, and it's like part of it is just how like the U.S. cultural export through Hollywood and stuff like that. There were also Muslim Vikings as well buried with the Quran. That is a really, really good point, because I was talking about how last stream I was talking about how the Hungarians, who are like the most xenophobic and specifically Islamophobic country in Europe right now, who are like label themselves as the defenders of a white Europe or a Christian Europe or whatever. Hungarians are one of the most recent, or like the ethnic Hungarian people are one of the most recent arrivals in Europe, and Muslims and people of color have a longer history of existing in Europe than Hungarians. But yeah, they're the ones who are trying to keep the foreigners out, I guess. If that makes sense, which it doesn't. Because yeah, like you say, there are Muslim Vikings who were buried with the Quran. There was a Roman emperor who was born in Africa and whose dad was from modern-day Syria, whose dad was Middle Eastern. And just there's been just centuries, if not millennia, of history of migration, of human migration through Europe, and of cultural exchange and trade and interactions with people from all over. I wouldn't say all over the world, because like there wasn't like travel to South America a few hundred years ago, but yeah, definitely from all over the region, and from the Middle East, and from North Africa, and from other places over a significant portion of the world, yeah. I think the great issue came ever since the earliest modernization of warfare, because that's what gender roles occurred. That's when gender roles occurred. Women had to be preserved to continue humanity's existence, while men went to war. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to gender, that maybe is the case. I don't know enough about it. I really think the conceptions we have of, when it comes to immigration, the conceptions we have of having like a solid, tangible border as a thing that people cannot cross without a document, like people don't realize how incredibly recent that is. That the idea of a passport as a mandatory document that people need to go from one country to another is super, super recent. And a few hundred, like not that long ago, the US was like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter where you're from, you could just come to the US and you'll be given like full rights. Like the wave of immigration from Italy into the US was like 15% of the US population. Like the US population grew by 15% over the course of a few years, just from Italian immigration. Maybe it was 5%, but either way, it was a significant portion of the population. And then when you count Irish immigration as well, that has always happened. And the thing is, what's interesting as well is they blame Muslims today as being criminals and as being dangerous and as having a different culture. Like, of course, there's a history of Italian criminals in the US as well. And there was a lot of racism against Italians as well. And like the mafia is one thing. Like the immigrants from Ireland and Italy also lived in ghettos and were discriminated against for a long time. When Kennedy was running for president, they were worried about Kennedy's Catholicism because they thought Catholicism was a foreign religion and that he might have dual loyalty towards the Vatican. And like nowadays, Kennedy is like Americana. He's like an American icon. Nowadays, Italian culture is just central to American culture. So is Irish culture. But at the time, those were like foreigners who were fear-mongered about, and there were signs that were like Italians need not apply to this job. Like all people welcome except Italians or stuff like that. Italians were barely treated better than black people at the height of anti-black racism. But now we've forgotten about that, and we act like, oh yeah, Italians, Irish people, they're white, so they've always been accepted in our culture. Because people forgot, because it's more than 50 years ago, so people pretend like that was never the case. All they remember is that, yeah, 50 years ago, it wasn't, maybe there was still a lot of anti-Italian racism 50 years ago. I'm not sure. But either way, the fact is that nowadays, Italian and Irish culture is a major part of American culture, and no one would go like, oh yeah, those are immigrants, those are foreigners, those we don't want Italian influence on American culture because that would change our culture and we need to preserve it. And it's kind of weird how that applies to what we now consider to be white, Italians and Irish people, but for conservatives, that has never applied to black people. And I'm also seeing, like, there's this guy on Twitter. I think he's some kind of professor in Canada. Not Jordan Peterson, a different one. This guy, pretty big writer, I guess he wouldn't have been considered conservative a few years ago, but now he's like full on borderline fascist, if not just plain fascism. And the other day he posted something. This guy tweets way too much, so I don't think I'm gonna find it, but let's see if I can. Yeah, it's this. So he posts a video of black people twerking and dancing and whatever. And he goes like, civilized societies recognize the distinction between the public and private spheres. Once this delineation falters, you are no longer a civilized society. Moral people recognize what it means to be dignified in public. And I'm sorry, like, yes, I see this and I go, this is not familiar to me. But this is way more weird to me than this. This to me sounds way more weirdly racist and moralizing and judgmental of people who are just being happy in public and like dancing and celebrating in a way that, yeah, sure, I'm not that familiar with and it's not really my culture, but I don't see anything here. What I see here is like 1,000 times, not even 1,000 times. I don't think this is dangerous to society. I think this is dangerous to society. Way more dangerous to society than what I see here. Anyway, so I'm getting pretty tired. I think we did a good job at catching up with the topics that I'd been putting off for a while. I will keep the someone posted a link to a JFK story. Maybe let's have a look at this just for fun as a last thing. Copy link very quickly. Let me just close everything. These. There you go. I have too many tabs open, too many windows. So yeah, scrutiny over claims RFK Jr. cut off a dead whale's head. I love just how many insane stories there are about this. Honestly, this guy, as crazy as he is, and maybe because of how crazy he is, he seems to have had an absolutely insanely wacky life, between cutting off a dead whale's head or randomly ending up with at one point, for some reason, he had a dead bear in his car, but he had a flight to catch. So he just dropped off the dead bear in Central Park on his way to the airport. Because what else are you going to do with a dead bear? He wasn't going to leave it in his car while he was out of the country. And so it actually made the news, I think 2013 or 13 years ago, something 13. There were news reports of the mysterious dead bear that was found in Central Park from over 10 years ago. And this year it came out that news story was because RFK Jr. just dumped a dead bear in Central Park out of nowhere. People at the time were like, maybe he escaped from a zoo, but we called all the zoos and there's no missing bear from any zoo. It can't have been a wild bear in the area because there are no wild bears in Manhattan. We don't know what happened. And now, 10 years later, we know what happened. It's the crazy Kennedy. That's what happened. Guess that's what happens if you're privileged and you have a brain worm. Yep. So yeah, RFK faces calls from environmentalists for an investigation over a historic claim that he once cut off the head of a dead beached whale with a chainsaw to take it home on his vehicle. I love the idea. I've been thinking about this ever since the brainworm story. I just love the idea that Kennedy's brain, Kennedy is piloted by the worm. Every time Kennedy does anything crazy, it's that's what you would do if you were a worm. Every time Kennedy says something stupid, is oh yeah, that's actually the worm speaking. Because there's no other explanation for how any of this makes sense. And I love that now there's a brainworm on Trump's transition team. If Trump wins the election, his transition team will be partly managed by brainworm. So yeah, just another wacky story. Even wackier than this is giving me that episode of The Boys when they're inside a whale. This is giving me that vibe. Anyway, I'm not sure. I will definitely not stream on Sunday. I will either stream on Saturday or on Monday. Not even sure I can stream on Monday. Because yeah, there's a big election on Sunday in I'm gonna be in Thuringia, and on Monday I might be in Dresden to see what happens there. So either I manage to stream either Saturday or Monday, or I cancel stream and we just stream on probably. Let me check. Yeah, the next stream would there's a good chance that next stream is gonna be next Thursday. So lot to talk about by then. Yeah, the most right-wing places in Germany. That's why I'm going. Yeah. On Saturday, there's a big Pegida. Pegida is the super anti-immigrant, even more anti-immigrant than the AfD. Not a party, it's like an organization, like a movement, anti-immigrant movement. There's a big Pegida get-together in Dresden, which, as far as I understand, is in response to the stabbing attack we were talking about earlier. So we will see what happens. Okay. Thanks for sticking around, and I will see you next week or Saturday, depending on how things go. Bye-bye.